Reporting just a little bit ago, we were talking about downtown getting hammered right now. We have flashing, which indicates these storms are exceptionally severe storms with winds of 80 miles an hour. And so this is going to do a lot of damage, knock out a lot of power. We will be streaming, or you can be streaming, and we will be streaming as well and on our YouTube channel. Just make sure that you are, if you're in advance of this is a dangerous line of severe storms. It's nothing to mess with. It's not just going to kind of blow over. It is a problem right now. And that is continuing to show up as we move on into Nowata County. AlanCrone will be joining me here in just a minute with some storm tracks, but needless to say, any place in advance of this line, if you don't know where you are, it's just not a good situation. Bartlesville just getting hammered at this particular moment. They've been in this for the last about 5 to 7 minutes. If we can, we can take a look too at Bartlesville's camera. With winds of 80 miles an hour, this is what it looks like there right now. You can't see. It is blinding rain, and we've had gusts of 80 miles an hour. This is a bad, bad storm, and it's gotten worse, not better. And so that's what it looks like there. Here in Tulsa, we are in bad shape as well, but this is the damaging winds moving into Nowata right now. And again, you're going to lose power. A lot of folks will lose power because once you hit 80 mile an hour winds, it's a mess. And there'll be trees down and a lot of issues. This line extends now all the way into Rogers County, just pushing. And these are the strongest winds in Skytook right now. John is in that leading edge. Aaron, is he getting any strong damaging wind reports at this particular moment?
The last report that he gave me was up around 45.
45? Okay.
Yeah. It may have changed since then, but that was just a minute or two ago.
Okay, so this is the outflow. It just came through downtown Tulsa. They were trying to shoot the fireworks off at Freedom Fest downtown. We were watching that and recording on that, and this line now is blasted into Tulsa. Now you see the flashing. Once again, this is an exceptionally severe thunderstorm with winds potentially at 80 miles an hour, which will cause a lot of damage in Tulsa and in southeastern Osage County over Skytook Lake. So big time concerns right now are the fact that these winds are so strong. A lot of people are out. 4th of July, worst case scenario, unfortunately unfolding for a lot of folks in this area. Heavy, heavy rainfall, and then these strong damaging winds. If we could look at Tulsa and Gathering Place, because this is what it looks like right now. So that line is moving in. We had the fireworks going off a little bit ago, so a lot of people were trapped pretty much, or are trying to get to their cars at this point. This is looking back north into this line of storms. And so winds here are averaging about 30 to 50 miles an hour. This is looking from downtown at this point, with the main part of the thunderstorm still coming into the area. And so you see some fireworks still going off. So folks are still trying to do that. The rain line curtain is coming into Tulsa here on the northwest side. So it's at Sand Springs. I'll get out of the way, you can even see that. So some of these guys are just trying to light a few fireworks before it actually blasts on through.
Trav,
yeah, go ahead.
John just gave me another update. He said he has 55-mile-per-hour winds there east of Sperry.
All right, if we could, let's go on over to John then, and then I'm going to go to Al with an update of where this is headed. He has been looking at that real close. Hey, John, if you're with us, can you give us an update again? You're getting 50, 55-mile-an-hour winds?
Yes, sir, and I'm south on Highway 75, just crossed 86th Street North, and the wind is very strong. It's kind of shaking the truck. I'm right along the leading edge, and it is really, really blowing, and I'm not getting any rain just yet. The rain's just behind me. Going to get the strong winds first, Travis. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's go on over to meteorologist AlanCrone with an update. Alan, what do you have?
Yes, sir. Okay, moving southeast right now, 35 to near 40 miles per hour. So this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for part of northern Tulsa County. That means the winds could gust to near 80. We also have destructive severe thunderstorm warnings for part of Washington County into Nowata County, Bartlesville into the Nowata area. The track is for this portion of the storm right across the middle areas that you see on the screen. So Berry Hill right now, OSU Tulsa 750. Gathering Place, I know it's windy right now with the outflow, but even stronger winds at 753. We're at 748 right now. Brookside is 755. TIA is Tulsa International, that's at 755. Collinsville at 756. And the Sapulpa area right before the 8 o'clock hour. And again, that's for the storm that's in the middle part of the screen there into the Tulsa area. Let's go up to the north very quickly here, Travis.
Yes.
This one's moving more to the east than the south and east. We'll take it on the higher reflectivity area. The winds are already picking up ahead of this, but it's moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So this is going to be Delaware, 755, Nowata, 757, the Sanders area at 814. Prepare for damaging winds.
Oh my goodness. And that alone is just blasting and going. And along that leading edge, it's going to be scary looking clouds. And we do have from Nowata just to the west there, again, this is a ragtag type of look that you're going to see as that blasts into you. We don't see any spin ups right now going on along this leading edge, but you do need to know that this is more than likely going to cause some damage that could be comparable to even like a small tornado just because of how powerful some of these winds are. We're not trying to over exaggerate it. So we do want you to be very, very much aware of that. If you're east and you're hearing about this and you're joining us right now on our YouTube stream or on Channel 6, this is a severe thunderstorm that could do a lot of devastating things to, unfortunately, a lot of folks and lakes. So make sure, I think Aaron mentioned this during the newscast, that if you know anybody that's at the area lakes, make sure that they are pretty much prepared for this, because this isn't dying down like we were hoping it would. Right now, it's shooting through the downtown area at this point. John is downtown. Aaron, any updates at this point from John? Nothing to report. Okay, so again, 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, quite likely right along this leading edge. And so the outflow is already through from around Collinsville to Owasso and extending back south. Again, when you see this flashing, these are very destructive type of thunderstorms. So you have your thunderstorm that's severe, that's 58 mile an hour winds. These types of storms have a higher percentage of causing more damage than just a severe storm, if that makes sense. This is relatively new. That's why you're seeing it flash at this point. But we've had 2 reports at least of 80 mile an hour winds up at Bartlesville, and now radar is indicating exceptionally. I mean, some of these winds could be exceptional at this point. And let's take our Owasso camera and look at that right at this moment. So that's coming in right at this point from just around Owasso to the west. So if you're on the north side of town, Collinsville, Owasso area, we need you to make sure you're moving to a safe place at this point, because it is.
Yeah, you can't see anything.
It's just unbelievable. So, I mean, it's just a wall coming at you. So just be aware of what we're seeing at this point. So we have. Is that on links 1? Is that?
That's 2. Right
that's
there.
2.
Yeah,
okay.
that's Owasso. Yeah,
this is okay. I wouldn't know for sure. Isn't that crazy? That's like, this is what you're probably going to see. I see headlights, and this is looking back downtown Tulsa, just coming in on Tulsa at this time. Some of the strongest winds are on the north side of town. Again, fireworks. They're shooting off these fireworks in the thunderstorm at this point as it's coming in. Again, if you're on the north side, you have probably a higher potential for damaging winds than you are to the west or southwest. It's still severe weather and strong gusty winds from around the Manford area back off to near Yale. But if you're anywhere from Tulsa back on up to the north, please be advised for what's going on in these 2 areas, because it's just not a good scenario playing out. 70 to potentially 80 mile an hour winds or more. And within this line, not a lot of hail, but it doesn't matter because you're going to lose power. So we will be streaming. We'll stay here till these storms die down. But it is now into downtown Tulsa. And Alan, I'll be going back to you in a minute, but I'm going to go back up north for one more minute. So this is a Skytook, so Highway 75. You can see where John is located. He's just trying to stay along the leading edge of this and stay out of the way of it, because it is blasting through 75 now, already through Sperry. Aaron, any other updates on wind speeds that you have for us at this moment?
None of the Mesonet sites have anything super impressive at the moment. I can go to those here real quick. But the Skytook site last check had 30 mile per hour gusts. Let me see if it's changed. Yeah, it's still 30. So the strong winds have not translated to where those Mesonet sites are. Of course, John's had 55 mile per hour gusts, and definitely pockets of some really strong wind in there.
All right, yes, and so that's the biggest concern. So Alan's going to join us now. Hey, Alan, obviously, and we got to talk to the folks up north too, but if you could give us an update on what you got.
Yeah, these storms continue to move southeast right now, 35 to near 40 miles per hour. You're looking at the velocity data, and so that's an indication of between 65 and 75 mile per hour winds. There could be 1 or 2 pockets of higher winds, but even those winds that we're seeing are slightly elevated off the surface at about 1,000 feet. So heavy thunderstorms now. Skytook, Sperry, Owasso. The winds are gusty already in Jinx and Glenpool. But the rain itself is starting to move closer into that area. So Travis is going to go up north in just a second and look at those storms. Let's continue to track these storms. Again, this is not the outflow, but this is the leading edge of the heavier rains and the thunderstorm activity as well, moving close to 40 miles per hour. So this is an updated track here. Brookside 756, Sapulpa 756. Pretty much right now, it's starting to move into the northwestern part of Sapulpa. Bishop Kelly at 8. St. Francis would be at 8:03. The ORU area also would be coming up just right after the 8 o'clock hour. Bixby 8:15 and NSU Tulsa at 8:18. Again, this is the potential for destructive winds that could be close to 80 miles per hour. Also, a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for this batch of storms from Stillwater to Manford that will include the Creek County area. That goes until 8:30, Travis.
All right, and getting multiple reports. It says violent winds in Skiatook at this particular moment, and so this is what we're most concerned with, is just these strong damaging winds that continue to be very likely. We're talking to our friends at National Weather Service. They're pretty much agreeing with what we're seeing right now in terms of the winds. We're kind of keying on how strong these winds are from around Skiatook and back to the east now. So that's coming in on Owasso at this moment. And then if you're up north, we've already had so much power outages and reports coming in. We'll have some of that for you. Let's go up around Nowata County if we could, Al. And so again, Collinsville, Owasso, you're getting hammered right now, and that's still going on. This is a very dangerous storm for you guys, as that's still going strong again. So this is all the way now, Highway 69. So it's coming from Coffeyville down to Delaware to Nowata. And you see these little indentations like right here with Watova and just southwest of Nowata. These are things that we do have to watch for, because that adds a little bit of an enhancement to the wind, and so there could be more swirling going on with that. So what we would like for you to do is to make sure that you know you can have some really exceptionally strong winds.
Look at that top part right there.
So, and yeah, and these are literally rotating parts of these storms as they're moving to the east. So they could create a little spin up along that leading edge, and if not, they can also enhance the wind speeds basically as it's looping back around. So like in this area around Lenapaw, you could be with 80-mile-an-hour winds right now. So this is that leading edge right across there down to Delaware. So this is Highway 69 blasting. Please be very careful, be aware what's going on as you see this coming across. So that severe thunderstorm warning does extend further east. You see the flashing area because that has been confirmed that this storm, again, exceptionally severe, very destructive severe thunderstorm in that area. So that's up to the north, back into the Tulsa area. Similar story. We'll continue to keep you updated on how this is playing out. But unfortunately, they're moving. Al, is that moving about 35 still?
Yeah, I think that's still moving between 30 and 35 to the east. It should pick up speed. It should start to pick up a little bit more when these things start to get those winds kind of pushing out the bottom part of it.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens. But if you're to the east and just by chance or have friends or anybody over in Craig County, you're probably Craig County would probably be just going, man, that looks like a big storm coming in.
Yeah, and by the way, and lots of storm sirens are being sounded across this entire area because these winds are potentially destructive at 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, and all right, and the reason why it's very concerning, just because everybody's out. I mean, it's just everybody is out. Let's come back into Tulsa if we could for a minute. And is John available to talk for a second? Has he had any strong winds?
Yes, he just reported to me that he's got some blowing kind of trash and whatnot, and he can give you a quick update on that.
Okay. Hey, John, if you would, could you go ahead and give us an update? I know it's kind of a mess for you. Go ahead.
Travis, the winds are very strong. I'm saying close to 50 miles an hour, and some of it is almost sustained winds at that speed.
Yes.
You can see the rain curtains coming down, and it looks like smoke because the wind is just blowing the rain so hard. And if you're outside, it's going to be a stinging rain, and just pelted with this by those strong winds. And the winds are making it difficult to drive, but it's not a lot of lightning, not really a lot of rain just yet, but very strong winds coming into Tulsa. I'm at 244 and the Gill Creek Expressway, Highway 11. So
okay.
Back to you.
All right, thanks, appreciate it.
And my parents give an update. They live just south of the Skiatook Airport, probably around or greater than 60-mile-per-hour winds, what they would estimate.
Right in there. Okay. Yeah. So this is, again, whipping and a-going. So even at 60-mile-an-hour winds, that's just, whoa.
Hey, that's the airport camera.
Wow.
Look at that.
Well, trying to, but
it's it's jumping that camera up back and forth.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's a lot of wind right there. Let me get you out of that so that we don't all get sick watching that.
Yeah.
But here's 169, the Broken Expressway.
Yeah. So you can tell the wind's shaking our cameras. These cameras are pretty stout. And so this just started blasting over on 44 and 75.
Yeah, 44. Let's take a look. Gathering Place.
Yeah. Just a bunch of water coming across the Tulsa area and a lot of wind. Bartlesville still getting hammered. My goodness.
And I can get you Owasso, I believe, but I can't put the label on it right now, but there you go.
And folks are probably in the control room can, but this gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on in Owasso. This is just getting whipped too. We're looking to the north, basically. That's 169. These folks down here in the lower right are southbound, trying to get out of there probably. And we went from heat index, I think 111, 112.
Yeah, it triggered the heat warning. So it was, it went from heat advisory to heat warning. So all of that potential energy is being realized right now.
Just all sitting there. So once again, blasting off to the east, we're to Keatonville Hill area, to Catoosa right now, some strong winds. So that's continuing to move off to the east. You can see John is John moving east on I-44? Is that what his plan is?
I'm going to send John east there towards Catoosa, and if we need to drop south or go northeast from there, we can make a decision.
Okay. Again, the winds have been exceptionally strong on the north side here. So any place, Craig County, you're up next. So Newata County, Rogers County getting hammered. Tulsa, we have a severe thunderstorm warning here, and we have severe weather extending back through Creek County. These storms are severe, but they are not quite to the level of what we're seeing with the other storms. And the Oklahoma City, they're getting ready. It looks like they're doing a severe weather cut-in right now. For those guys are. But we're talking about for any place around Stillwater, heavy rain, severe thunderstorm, but by far and away our strongest storms running pretty much anywhere from, we could say, from the Creek Turnpike to the north. And the higher probabilities of the wind damage are going to be to the north. Al, yeah, if you want to give us some updates on some of those, that'd be great.
Yeah, part of this, again, is starting to accelerate, especially the southern areas. It's moving southeast at 45 to near 50. The northern part is still probably around 40 miles per hour, so there will be some give and take with this estimated time of arrival. Woodland Hills Mall right now. Glenpool's coming up at 8:04, just a couple of minutes from now. Catoosa at 8:09. You can see at the bottom of the screen, it will just continue on, but we'll change some of this so you can see a little bit more. For example, NSU at 8:14. Of course, that would be Tulsa. Bristow at 8:21. The Haskell area would be coming up at about 8:30. So severe thunderstorm warnings have been extended with this line. Again, this is the flashing polygons are the destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, potential for 80-mile-per-hour winds, and then the polygons that are not flashing are from 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds, which can still cause quite a bit of damage. So new counties have been added. So Claremore, Rogers County, the Coweta, the Porter area, Wagner south to Old Mulkey. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to go until 8:45. We still have the destructive severe thunderstorm warning in the northern sections near Delaware and Lenapaw. That goes until 8:15, about 12 more minutes from now.
And that could be extended based on some of those wind reports, so what's going on up there. But so far, some of the wind reports coming in Tulsa area have been between about 50 and 60 miles an hour, and that would be nice if this can calm down a little bit in the Tulsa area. High population density, obviously, so many people out, just any place per se. But again, the leading edge of this now, well east of Highway 69. So notice how it's arcing almost to the county line. So we're talking about pushing from Newata into Craig County. So I mean, literally, we're just a couple miles away from seeing that happen. So already blasting through Newata. These colors that you see in green. Now, when we look at those are up off the surface because the Earth curves, and so the radar is looking at it, something that is a straight beam, but the Earth is curving. So we start to see higher up into the storm, the further away from the Earth's surface we get, and so away from the radar. And so that gives us kind of a different wind estimate instead of right at the surface. But we've had several reports of 80-mile-an-hour winds from around the Bartlesville area to near Copan. So this will continue to move to the east. So this seems to be definitely the most dangerous part of the storm is across this area, and we'll see if that's extended. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that continues into portions right now of Craig County. Down to Oologah Lake. Obviously, hopefully a lot of folks are off of that lake, and a lot of people would be looking for fireworks displays anyway this time of night. With the heavy rain and the winds that are blowing with this, at least some of this gets a wind gust in advance, so a lot of people probably are scurrying and trying to get to a safer place. As John mentioned, not a ton of lightning strikes, right? But there are a lot once you get into the thunderstorm. So not in advance of it, but those are the sneaky ones that can happen in advance and then last. But these are damaging wind gusts right now through Owasso. We can see if, is the Owasso camera still hanging on or did it blow off? Wow, still looks the same. So still This is what we're up against. If you wanted to travel, we're asking you not to do any traveling right now, asking you to stay where you are. And basically, without making a drama, we say just shelter in place at this point, because it's a lot safer than being out if there's 60-mile-an-hour winds to 70 to 80, and then also blinding rain. That is a bad combination trying to drive. This will be ending within an hour, most likely, and the heaviest of the rains will be over with. But for you east of Tulsa, you're in a different position. Again, this is a live look at severe weather across the region. Severe thunderstorm watch continues in effect officially till midnight, but the way these storms are going, we'll most likely see the worst of these storms blasting on to the east-southeast at a pretty rapid rate. So we're going to see that ending around Tulsa as we work our way through the next, I would say, next hour. There's some additional showers and rumbles of thunder that are back behind, so we could have rumbles of thunder for a couple hours, especially on the backside where you have anvil, and we call them crawlers. And so that's where lightning will just kind of go along. It's pretty cool looking, but unfortunately it's a horrible night for this to happen, obviously. So leading edge, Aaron, anything from John or any other information you can give to us right now?
Nothing new as of yet. The mesonet sites that are in the path of the storm must have fallen in pockets that didn't have as strong of winds. I've been checking those, and those, let me double check and see if any updates. Yeah, those have not had anything significant, but like I've said, we've had other reports outside of those that have been a bit more significant, so that's kind of where we're at. Okay. John's coming in on the Tulsa area, so he's kind of gotten out ahead of it.
Okay, good. Yeah. All right. He'll give us a perspective there as well. But again, blinding rains, heavy rains, thunderstorms, gusts of winds 50 to 60 miles an hour on the south sides of Tulsa, extending now down to Glenpool, Kiefer area, Calleyville, through Sapulpa. Heavy rains for you guys. Also, if we could, we're going to go downtown, or T1?
T6.
Okay.
Let's
T6.
take a look at Jinx.
Okay. From Jinx, we're going to look into the storm. And so this is looking back to the north into downtown Tulsa. Downtown Tulsa is right in this zone here. And we can't see it because that's the wall of water that's coming across the northern side. Fireworks going off. Is that what you're going to show me?
Yeah, well, there were still fireworks going off at this particular moment.
I wonder if they're trying to do the Jinx. They're probably.
Yeah, give me I'll try to flip that camera around in just a second.
Okay.
But it will take a while.
Because that was supposed to happen.
There's gathering place.
Man. Lots of water, so many people, and I know it's just, and we had to project it. It should be around anywhere from, it should be after 10, more likely midnight. And then as we went through the last couple days, Aaron started going, it's getting earlier, so he's making us all nervous as he was looking at that. And Alan also last night saying, yeah, it's going to be pushing it to get these fireworks in before the storms come in. So a lot of that data coming in still with heavy rain and thunderstorms that were supposed to wait, but they didn't listen to us, and it continued to be about an hour to 3 hours faster than it should have been in our book. But anyway, heavy rains, thunderstorms again. Okay, here's that look. And so got a lot of folks. Again, this is the old 96th Street Bridge.
Yep.
And so folks are just kind of, everybody's kind of stuck at this point, and so traffic's going to be a kind of big deal. Look at all the traffic kind of coming in and around and going on in. We're going to be seeing these thunderstorms again, the lightning, unfortunately, for quite a while. So we'll get some reports from some of our news team a little bit about what's going on here, also on the south side. North side, you continue with heavy rain. Hey, Al, could we look west just for a minute? I was looking at Dave Payne over there at our sister station in Oklahoma City. I don't know if they have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning to the west of Stillwater or not. Can you see that? It's not yet?
No, I don't believe so.
Can you pull up our radar so we can see that?
Yeah, I'm trying to. There's an issue with that part of the radar. I'll show it to you. Here, hang on one second. Give me just 1 second.
Anyway, so while he's doing that, again, line is strong to severe thunderstorms, continues to move through Tulsa. Broken Arrow, you guys are up next. There's that line. Okay, that's right. Dave flashes his with a severe thunderstorm warning. So it kind of dies off as it goes through the Oklahoma City area. But from our area, from basically Stillwater back to the east, these are strong thunderstorms, heavy rain, lots and lots of lightning. Notice the lightning strikes, it's very dangerous with these storms as they continue to track to the east. And then these storms, Al, are these drifting more south as they're moving southeast?
Yeah, the western flank of that between Manford and Yale and the Perkins area is dropping more to the south than to the east. And also there's outflow is well ahead of that, and that's actually a good thing. because that might start to disrupt some of that, the quality part of the storm. It kind of looks a little jagged. You can see on the reflectivity area from Stillwater back to Agra and Cushing. So there is a severe thunderstorm warning that goes on for Lincoln County until 8:45, the Creek County area until 8:30. But the more that outflow will surge ahead of this, that will eventually kind of take a little bit of that sting off of those winds. But again, that's the areas to the west. So from Yale and Jennings and Manford, you've got the potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe a couple of gusts between 65 and 70. Heavy rainfall, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. We still have the potential for some pretty stout winds that are around the Owasso area moving eastbound. We'll take a look at those velocities in just a second, and still have some exceptionally strong winds that are up around the Nowata vicinity right now.
All right, thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. Some of these folks are sending in pictures. We have power outages in multiple places. Aaron, if you could, and want to check on that while we're looking at additional information. The power is going out in several locations to the north mainly. Right now, a severe thunderstorm now is pushed all the way around Catoosa, and then that extends back to just west of Claremore. The outflow boundary is right here in Claremore. So that's the gusty winds that are coming in about 40 to 50 miles an hour right along that leading edge as that's pushing to the east. And then you have the heavy thunderstorms that continue to pull through here. So heavy rains, thunderstorms. Again, it just messed up so much of our is Freedom Fest downtown. And so as we said, we were recording on that, and as they went early with it and still couldn't even get it in. We'd have tree down near Coffeyville, power outage reports coming in several locations, through any place from around central Nowata County and onto Washington County and extreme eastern Osage County. Very heavy rainfall, thunderstorm activity going on. And while we're up in this area, Aaron, what do you have for power outages? What's going on?
Right now, I have that up on T1 there, and they haven't caught up with anything yet that would be like in Tulsa or Nowata County yet. But 2,000 customers in Washington County, 900 or so in Osage County, 1,000 up in Kay County, 300 over in Payne County, and 500 in Noble County.
All right, thank you, sir. So that just kind of tells the story of what we kind of anticipated would be probably the worst case would be more north. South, we're not having to deal with it quite as bad, but still an evening in which we just want you to be very much aware as these storms continue to track to the east and southeast. Again, I'll have Alan in just a moment here do another storm track for you guys all across these lines. So we have a good idea if you're watching and wanting to know, it's like, well, how much longer before it gets to my place or what's up next? So the only thing I do want to point out while we're here, you can see this little bit of extra development. A lot of times that happens after you get this initial complex of storms that is developed and continues to move to the east, southeast. You get the strong damaging winds. Then you get some development kind of on the backside a little bit, which also enhances lightning strikes for a while. So even though it might quit raining for a little bit, there's a chance we could have additional rain, thunder, and lightning for the next hour or two. So I would hope and kind of say, hey, just make sure you're sure that you've allowed enough time if you're going to try to go out and still do some fireworks for a little bit later, because there's a chance a lot of the folks to the northwest had no opportunity to shoot off fireworks. And we were shooting off fireworks while it was still daylight in downtown. And so again, this is the leading edge. Our severe thunderstorm warning will continue as we start to March. We're sitting right now at 8:12, so this will be taking us through the 9 o'clock hour, most likely, with severe weather across the region and the excessive strong winds. Al, I'll have you take over and give us a line, if you could, about where everybody's going to have to watch out.
Yeah, and so what we're going to do is we'll take you up north first, and then we'll go back down to the south, because it looks like the meteor portion of this storm right now is still across the far northern areas. So that is moving to the east now at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So I'm taking it from where the initial gust front has already pushed through, but the big rains and the stronger winds have yet to move through. So Centralia would be at 8:18. I mean, it's pretty close to you with rain right now, but stronger winds will be after the 8:20 hour. Estella at 8:26. Veneta coming at you here at 8:38. And the Welch area at 8:39. Now, those communities that I just mentioned are actually outside of the polygon right now, but those are the areas that would be coming up next for this storm cell that continues to have the potential for some damaging winds. Let me slide down to the south. We're going to take the northern part of this portion of the storm. We won't do the entire length of it. We'll come back around and do the southern sections in just a minute. It's kind of driving southeast, almost at 45 miles per hour. So Fair Oaks at 8:16. Claremore would be at 8:22. The I-90 Minernola area at 8:30, and Harmony Star at 8:34. And then from the apex of this, and then a little bit more to the south, where it's kind of turning more to the south and east, you can see that's dropping almost at 45 miles per hour. We'll take it right at 45. Oops. Let's see if I can get that to hold for us here. Just let's take it at 40. Oh goodness gracious. That is not working. There it is. Coweta 822, Spring Hill 831, Clarksville at 834, Wainwright and Muskogee are coming up at about 840 to 845. And again, those communities that I just mentioned are outside of the polygon, but we think it's moving in your direction. So part of the Haskell area, Coweta and Broken Arrow, you got a severe thunderstorm warning that continues on until at least 8:35.
All right, thank you. Also checking out a little bit of hail in Owasso at about 8:01, 8:02. So it has been pretty crazy as far as what's going on with that. So additional reports coming in around the Tulsa area so far have been between about 40 and 60 miles an hour around the Tulsa area. And that's enough to get more power outages. We'll get some more information on that. Estimated winds around Oologah at 60, Talala 60. So again, there's those reports are those are severe thunderstorms, but they're not, again, destructive thunderstorm warnings like we had just a little bit ago. So we're back. It's still bad, but it's not as bad, if that makes any sense at all. The winds are down a little bit, so especially in the Tulsa area at this point. And so we still have a lot of rain and lightning going on, so around the Tulsa area. And so this is looking to the west towards Sand Springs. So still lots and lots of lightning just all over the skies. And so that's going to be the case. This is a look from out of Bartlesville right now. And I can't tell if that's a clearing in the lower, is that, can you tell on my TV, is it lower right, is that a little clearing?
Yeah, I think it is. I do think it is a little bit to the northwest of the Bartlesville area, and that would make, let's pull up the radar very quickly, and you can see on that backside there, it's trying to thin out just a hair.
It is, okay. And is Weather 15 available to us? I hate to throw a bunch of loops at you.
What would you like to see?
The clouds, that thunderstorm complex that was we had on there a little earlier, is that on there yet, or if you get a chance? I want to just mention too, for you guys still in western portions of Craig County. So this heavy rain, thunder, lightning out in advance of it at this point. So you will get gusty winds, 50, 60 miles an hour. So that's going to have to be extended here shortly for the warning if it's going to continue for Craig County. Up to the north, the storms that were so strong up by Sedan, Kansas have weakened considerably. So this is more of a Tulsa, really we'd say Bartlesville, Tulsa, and a little bit to the west, Stillwater type of loop right now. And that's going to continuing to track to the east, southeast. And so the rain, and there's still lightning showing up again with those additional cells that have kind of started to reform. All right, this gives you a really good idea of what this is looking like right now. So this is the enhancement, so you can tell where we are. Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Bartlesville. So these bubbles you see, that's pretty much what we call overshooting tops. Those give you a sense that there can be hail, and you're starting to see that. This is southwestern Oklahoma. This is Texas state line. And so we have additional shower and thunderstorm activity, but once you get to the west-northwest, I think as the sun's setting, it's clearing out in Kansas, so you might see that. But here's that anvil coming across eastern Oklahoma now. It's over Grove. We have folks that are asking about Grove. I have a friend that's saying, hey, is Grove going to get hit? Yes, you'll get heavy thunderstorms coming in here tonight. Of course, we can have Alan do a time estimate on that here in just a moment. Eventually, I'll get down to McAllister. Most of our models, if I'm correct, Aaron, because you were doing the weather forecast, but weaken the storms a tad bit as they move southeast. Is that right?
Yeah, that was pretty much the thought, especially kind of once they get south of I-40 and kind of, east of kind of a Veneta to Muskogee line, they start to hopefully lose a little punch.
Oh, man. Yeah, at least half the viewers will be happy.
Yeah. John is down in the Broken Arrow area now, and he's in position to give us an update.
Awesome. Let's do that, and then let's have Al give us some more information on what people can expect. Hey, John, what do you have for us? Yeah. John, if you can hear me, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, I'm in Broken Arrow now, on the east side of Broken Arrow. I just saw a power flash, Travis. Just to the east of Kenosha or 71st Street in Broken Arrow, just to the southeast of it. It was I'm sure it was a strong wind whipping it around. But we're getting the rain and the winds and the lightning right here in Broken Arrow right now, and it's whoa. Sorry.
That is fine.
I'm going to put both hands on the wheel here.
Yeah.
It's very, very heavy rain in Broken Arrow right now. No hail, but strong winds blowing. Travis, back to you.
All right, thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. So once again, we'll let him go and drive, but that's what's happening right there. So again, extending from Broken Arrow, now moving over to Catoosa and around the Fair Oaks area. So heavy rains across the entire area, and those gusts of wind still will be 50, 60 miles an hour. And we can go over in Alan. And Alan, if you would, give us an update on where these storms are headed, and maybe a Grand Lake update if we have a time of arrival, if that's possible.
Yeah, we can do that. We'll take a look at some of these storms right now, especially the ones right into the metro, because those storms are continuing to show the signals of some wind production that may start to come back up, especially between Claremore and Catoosa, right where John was kind of talking about where he was seeing the potential for maybe a transformer that was having issues. So again, the gusty winds have already moved through Coweta and Haskell, but we're taking the leading edge of the storm activity, dropping it to the south and east at almost 45 miles per hour. Inola 836, Haskell 837, Clarksville at 844. The Taft area would be at 847. And again, all of these communities right now are included in severe thunderstorm warnings. Some of the other ones that we'll mention in case it gets into that area would be Muskogee right after that at about 850. We do want to give you a heads up. We think these storms will continue on. They may eventually, as Aaron said, start to weaken a little bit. But so heads up, Lake Eufaula, Muskogee, Tahlequah, 10 Killer. And then you mentioned the Grand Lake area around Jay and Grove. I mean, we're still a county away from this, but if you have friends and family that are on the Grand Lake area back down to Hudson, you need to give them a call or a text and let them know it's moving in your direction. As long as it doesn't change its speed, and it can do that, this would be approaching the northern portions of the Grand Lake area basically at 9 o'clock. The southern areas at about 8:50. You can see a little bit more back down to the south, about 8:48. The Shodo area, again, anywhere between 8:49 and about 8:50. So it's still going to take a little bit longer to get to those areas, Travis.
All right. Hey, thanks. Greatly appreciate that update. So this is a lot of water, a lot of wind, still going on strong. If you are in the Tulsa area, again, in fact, our building is just vibrating from all the thunder that's going on. And we think there's quite a few positive lightning strikes. I don't know if we'll be able to see that or not, too, if you get a chance to see if you can get that. But you can just kind of see all the flashing that will be going on here. So there's a lot of cloud to ground lightning strikes. 169, it's just, just not a good time to travel. Traffic is going to be moving. You can see cars are going along and everybody's going slow. Somebody has their emergency flashers on so they don't hopefully get hit. I had, just so happened I was out about 2 weeks ago and covering some severe weather. And I was pulled off to the side of the road and somebody hydroplaned just missed hitting me and went off into the ditch right in front of me. And again, they were just driving too fast for the conditions. So I was kind of like, thank you, appreciate that. But he missed me by a foot or two and he was going awful fast. So again, you just want to be extremely careful, allow yourself some extra time. Don't drive for a little while. Wait if you can, sit and eat some barbecue inside. Because there was a lot of that. Had some friends around by Berry Hill that I was going to get some homemade ice cream, banana ice cream. I don't know if you've ever had that before, but anyway, missed that. I have to wait another year. Anyway, line of severe thunderstorms continues across Payne County. You can see these lightning strikes right now. And so if you look at this, we're getting some reports of some fires, some structure fires from the lightning. So there is a chance that there's quite a few positive lightning strikes here now. And then a positive lightning strike happens about 10% of the time. They are hotter lightning, so to speak, and they tend to cause a lot more damage. If you're struck by a negative strike or a positive, either one's not good. So we'll just leave it at
almost
that.
all of those are positive.
So
right?
These are positives.
Yeah, those are all positive.
See, so look.
I'll take them off the screen. I'll take the positive off. Look at that.
You're taking positive off?
I'm taking positive off right now, and I'll put positive on. Almost all of them.
You're taking negative off.
No, I'm taking positive off. I'm going to show you that these are almost all positive. You have to look to find a negative lightning strike. I mean, they're in there, but there's not very many.
So that's what it accounts for why we're getting some of these reports of structure fires. So be aware that this is kind of one of those more exceptional, unique storms that is going on right now where we're having a different type of lightning. And so that type of lightning tends to cause more problems, fires and all. So not to scare you, but it's one of those things you need to know. So if something doesn't smell right or something's going on, you know your house is hit, you need to check it, make sure it's everything's okay. Again, and it's so dangerous for firemen to have to run out in these situations. And so you see this outflow boundary now once again having extended east of Coweta and then to the east of Inola already, and then that extends down to the south. So it's just coming in on the Okmulgee area. In fact, what let's do is let's start down in Okmulgee and we'll go right along this leading edge for a minute, because I want to just point out on the south side these winds are just not quite as strong. And so what you're seeing right here, so that's literally just on the north side of town. So if you're just in Preston and around Bald Hill, you should be getting some 30 to 45 mile-an-hour winds, maybe a little bit stronger, and that's blasting in. Then from Midway on Highway 16 up to Haskell, and that's not to Porter yet. Beach Festival is coming up next week or the following week. So hopefully nothing happens there. And then also, you can see this is now moved southeast of the metro. So we're from Coweta and just west of Porter. So that's coming in on Porter. And at this point as well, it looks like we're going to, it's already through Inola, and then it's just west of Choteau. So this whole area right here is where we have the 40 to 50 mile-an-hour winds associated with it. And then that extends back on up to Highway 20 just west of Pryor. So if you're in any of these areas, that's where the winds are stronger. And north has a little bit stronger winds at this point. And you see how that outflow now is pushed to almost Highway 69, to almost a Big Cabin, and just west of Adair. And then also extending now from Estella, halfway between Estella and also Veneta. So that's the area in which those winds really pick up. All of a sudden it's a wall of wind, and then the rain's coming in, and then the strong winds come in right behind that. So we're getting strong gusty winds up around Nowata at this point to Ulaga Lake. And so a lot of reports of power outages at this point across the leading edge area. So again, outflow boundaries just a little bit ahead of the main heavy rain event itself. And Aaron, what do you have for us? I
was going to say Vaughn is out now, and he's going to be heading north kind of towards the line of Wagner and Choteau, kind of up that way. And he's out. His video is up, so we'll be able to start going to him pretty quickly as he has things. But John's still in the Broken Arrow area. Wind reports at the mesonet sites there around 45 miles per hour still.
All right. Hey, thanks. You see that aerial flood advisory now kicking in right up to the northwest of Nowata. And so that's a new one that just got issued for flooding potential. That was the heavy storm that was continuing through that area. And so with the heavy rain, the thunder, the lightning and all that, so now we get to extend that, what, to 11:30 there?
Yeah, it's 11:30.
So a lot of water. You want to check, see how much rainfall has fallen in that area? We can kind of see in the last 6 hours what that looks like. But that'll be inclusive of northwestern portion of Nowata County, northern Washington County, northwestern portion of Nowata County, and then northeastern Osage County. So if you are in those areas, just be aware, as we say, turn around, don't drown. The leading edge of this, though, continues to be very much a very powerful part of the storm, and we're just getting down now, almost all the way through Broken Arrow. And so John is with that at this point. He's getting still hammered with heavy rain. And then Aaron, is John okay? Is he still getting 50 mile-an-hour winds or so in Broken Arrow or what, or Catoosa?
He's been getting some pretty strong winds. He says there's a lot of ponding on the roadways as well. I mean, he's got a pretty good video up right now if you want to get a quick update from him, but he's definitely starting to get in on some mild street flooding. Okay.
Hey, if we could, control room, could we go to John? Yeah, thanks there. So this is, he's going to be, and he is located, is he near Catoosa or is he northeast Broken Arrow right now?
He's in Broken Arrow right now.
He's in Broken Arrow? Okay. Because I kind of lost him there on GPS, I guess. But again, just heavy, heavy rain. Camera there's got to focus on the windshield, but you just get the general idea of what it looks like. It is just a bunch of water. The bar ditches are full, and don't bother him. Is that kind of the idea? Let him drive? Okay, John, just a quick update from you, if you would. What's it like for anybody who has to drive right now?
I'm at the Broken Arrow Expressway at, I think it's 140, Elm in Broken Arrow. Tremendous rain, very strong winds still yet, lots of lightning now, and ponding on the roadways is going to be a big problem. We're going to have some flooding issues if this keeps up much longer, Travis. Back to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And if you look at Vaughn's video, he's kind of heading towards that, and he's got a good video of kind of the leading edge and how that looks.
Okay, control room, if you would be so kind. Thank you. So we've had a lot of reports on Facebook. They said, oh my gosh, these levels, these layers. Yeah, and that's part of that cold air, warm, moist air shooting back up into it, creating a shelf appearance on that. And so you get multiple layers just because of temperatures and just kind of the basically, I'll just say the temperature profile in the atmosphere and then that moisture cut shooting into there. Because if you know, there wasn't a whole lot of wind today. We were out trying to catch a bull that got out, which is another story. But anyway, we were like melting, and because there just wasn't a ton of air, but there was some breeze, and now there's a little stronger breeze pulling into this. So much moisture going on. But anyway, thanks. And then Alan, I'm going to have you give us an update. It doesn't look bad, but what do you have on that?
Yeah, well, and again, when you see these numbers, those are very, very site-specific numbers. So that gauge that is near Bartlesville, I mean, that's a ½ inch. But if you go into the city itself, that's anywhere between 1.5 to almost 2 inches of rain. So especially when you see those yellows, those are much higher amounts. So again, in parts of Washington County and the Osage County area, aerial flood advisories because of all the heavy rainfall that is starting to come through. I do want to tell you that, Travis, I'm still seeing signals in some of the data here, and now well behind the leading edge, that we're still getting potential for 60 or even 65 mile per hour winds. You can see from Nowata to Delaware south, even near the Lake Ulaga area, right in this area, there's still a potential for some pretty gusty winds. Let me kind of hit that for you very quickly. And that's still, at least from a radar perspective, 60 to 65 mile per hour winds.
All right, thanks. And that's that new warning now all the way to 9:15. And so we're going to extend that all the way through Mayes County. Southern Craig, Mayes County, Northern Wagner County, Northwestern Cherokee County. Hey, and you can check that out if you would, but I thought I saw southeast at 55. I don't know if that's, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm seeing things. But anyway, so this leading edge now having passed well through Glenpool, through Bixby, Leonard, and now headed down toward Haskell around the Coweta area. So if you're along this leading edge, we're still looking at 50, 60 mile an hour winds with that. And Aaron, if you get a chance, if you could give us a new power update and see if we can find out anything on that. But this is going to be that's that smooth laminar look to it. And we'll have maybe Vaughn be able to, is Vaughn online too? So
yeah, Vaughn's called in. He could talk about what he sees if you needed to.
Okay, yeah, he's got such good structure on that right now. He's looking into this part of the storm, and I say good. That's not good when a lot of people are probably worried, sick about just being okay. Vaughn, if you would, give us an update what you're seeing with the structure and what you have right there, would you?
Yeah, that's pretty much regular for this kind of storm, Travis. I mean, it does look pretty ominous, of course. Looks like one of them bad things coming in, which it could be if you're in that area that has that really strong, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, which there's not going to be that many places that has that, but there may be some. But those little layers like you're looking at there, that little shelf, that big shelf cloud, not little, big shelf cloud coming in over, I'm going up north on 69 headed towards Wagner. That's the way Aaron has directed me to go because it looks like the strongest part may be coming down 51 area. We don't know for sure, but we're going to get out in front of it up here and maybe measure some of these winds and see actually how bad it is. But hopefully it won't be too bad. Hopefully some of the people will be able to get their fireworks done. Thank you.
Man, yeah. And then Alan was just showing us that broad area of strong winds still showing up across that area. So it's going to take a long time for some. Aaron, I saw that you have an update on the power outages. What do you have for us, sir?
Yep, they have popped on here, and they're up there in many locations, especially the Bartlesville, Tulsa areas. 6,500 customers in Tulsa County, 8,000 in Washington County, 2,500 there in Osage County. So definitely a significant amount of customers without power in some of these locations.
Wow. Yeah. And so we'll just keep on going for a while longer. Mr. Crone has been following it along as well. Al, what do you have for us? And are they moving that fast or not?
They're moving at about 40 miles per hour still at this point. Now, the little apex around Broken or Coweta might be a little faster than that at this point, but it's still mostly southeast at about 40 miles per hour. By the way, now a warning has been extended even more southward, and that will encounter the northern areas of McIntosh County. The reason we want to tell you that is because that's going to be on the northern arm of Lake Eufaula. So lots of folks obviously out on the lake today and tonight. So from Shakota westward, and then even the southern areas of Lake Eufaula is technically not in the warning, but those storms are going to survive and get down to that area. So we want everybody to be aware that if you're on the lake, you need to be making plans to get to safe shore, safe harbor. Here's Tenkiller, Robert S. Kerr Reservoir, Hudson Grand, all of these lakes that we're mentioning here. These storms are basically going to move into those areas. Hopefully the wind speeds will start to drop down on some of those, but we want to let you know that that is a possibility. We do know our friends at National Weather Service passing on information that the sirens are sounding at the Eufaula Cove area, and that's just to alert the boaters to start to get off of the water.
All right. I was just reviewing a couple of videos that are coming in. Again, some folks were like getting very nervous. Some of them sent me in Facebook pages of our Facebook of videos. And so they were all like, oh my gosh, this is coming in. We're trying to shoot our fireworks off. So once again, if you are in advance of this line of storms, this is a very potent, powerful line, severe basically the entire length of it. So it runs from almost the Kansas border, not quite. If you're in northern portion of Waughta County, you should be happy you're not getting blasted with strong winds, going to lose power. But you do have some gusty winds, some lightning going on there, so be careful, obviously. But the big curve that you see here extending back on into the north side of Oklahoma City, a few severe storms out in southwest Oklahoma. It was a horrendous afternoon. Excessive heat warnings were in effect for, we mentioned this just a few moments ago, heat index values were 110 or hotter across a big chunk of the metro area. It was vicious. And then you see the severe weather out to the west as well. Those storms are moving in on Oklahoma City. Most of these storms will be pretty much still going strong for the next hour or two. So I'm sure with this being only at 8:35, I'm sure Oklahoma City has multiple big fireworks displays, so I'm sure they're sweating it out too, and maybe they've already started some of theirs, like we ended up having some of ours start.
Big one at Scissortail Park was last night.
There was? Okay.
Yeah.
And you know there will be a bunch tonight someplace around their area, but hopefully at least they had that taken care of. Last night Bixby had theirs taken care of, so just kind of luck of the draw which night it would be. Again, severe thunderstorms continue across the metro area. Strong winds, not as strong as they were earlier. We had reports and sustained, I shouldn't say sustained, but confirmed reports of 80-mile-an-hour winds up around the Bartlesville area. Those were some of the strongest winds we had. Oh my goodness, Al, good catch on that. Check this out. That's up at Bartlesville now. And there's lights on in Bartlesville, so yeah. There's that and the sunlight.
Yeah, it's pretty.
And after this, you'll be able to take a look at John's video where he's in one of those power outage areas and the lights are all off.
Okay, well, let's, if we could, we'll just switch on over. Yeah. Oh, John, what do you have for us there?
Well, I'm just now coming back into the light, but we had a part of the Broken Arrow Expressway at I-44 just to the south of that interchange. The power is out, and it's just pitch black there. You can't hardly see anything except the headlights. So a lot of power outages scattered throughout the city right now, Travis.
All right.
And the rain is still coming down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. Again, the number of people without power jumping up really quickly since the last time, or when we talked to Aaron just a moment ago. This is a live look right now out of Jinx from our first Oklahoma Bank building location. The beautiful first Oklahoma Bank building, by the way. Man, that's a gorgeous building and well lit as well. Unfortunately, though, that was also supposed to be the scene in about 45 minutes of flashing of the big fireworks display. And unfortunately, that is not going to be the case the way it looks. Maybe, Sonora, if you're listening, maybe we can find out some information on what the thought is down there. But see a little flashing where they have some folks kind of controlling traffic. But looking across the Jinx area right now, Al's, you can see the rain showing up in the light. And then that's downtown looking to the west. And then we're looking off to the southwest, and we'll go into the red light here in just a moment. I see the red light. I see it. But again, that's a look around. So it's kind of hard to tell, but there could be some power outages in a few of those areas. And then the pole, which is
boy, that rain is coming down, isn't it?
Boy, it is still going. And everybody was kind of like, well, I could use a little rain. But unfortunately, man, timing just stinks something fierce right now across the area. So this is the latest. We'll continue with monitoring with the severe thunderstorms. At this point, it's mainly for eastern and southeastern portions of really from Okmulgee County, and then that extends now into northwestern Muskogee County and through central Wagner County. So this part of this storm continues to expand southeastward. Heavy rains and thunderstorms associated with heavy, I would say, gusty winds and severe chances of winds, maybe of up to 50, 55, 60 miles an hour, are all along this line. So if you're right along this line, worried about the weather, you've had something go off, the alert go off from us, this is one of the reasons why, is because of these strong winds, the storms that are coming through. And then also, if you're east of Tulsa now, from around the Wagner area, Vaughn is in Wagner. Vaughn, you want to give us another update? You still got that pretty cool look to the skies. What do you have for us?
Yeah, lots of people still shooting off fireworks here in Wagner. Pretty cool, really, seeing the fireworks and then the lightning in the background. We had this last year. We absolutely had this last year. And I remember because my family was doing fireworks, and I told them they got to hold off, and then they did them between the time that we had storms, or we didn't have storms, and then they formed again. So anyway, doing it over again this year, but we're not going to get to do it this year, fireworks. But the winds have just come through Wagner, that leading edge of that gust front, if you want to call it a gust front, about 35 to 40 miles an hour. So it's pretty strong. That gust front's pretty strong. Now, the winds behind it may be a little bit stronger. So that's the ones that we should be a little bit worried about. But we're going to test them here. I'm on 69 now, headed towards 412. And probably going to catch this about the time it hits the Shodo area. So we will definitely get to check and sample these winds and get exactly what's going on in here. So back to you.
Okay. Hey, I appreciate Vaughn very much. And we just found out Jinx is going to try, if we can get the thunderstorms out in time. You see a little bit of flashing going on. 9:30 tonight. They're going to try for 9:30 tonight in Jinx. Wow, that was spectacular. That's cloud to ground lightning right there. And Alan, it's going to be a little hard to track this because the storms have already been through. But this is hopefully going to work. This is about 50 minutes away. So it'll be interesting to see if we can get the lightning out of there in time. What's your thoughts on that? And also I want to get your thoughts on the winds and how strong they are still up to the north. Look like they're
we still have some issues that we're going to have to deal with some of these storms from Rogers County up through the Chelsea area and then back down to near Broken Arrow. There's still pockets of velocity data indicating that we still can have some 60 to 65 mile per hour wind gusts, and that's why all of these counties that you see those yellow polygons flashed across, the potential there for damaging winds. It's not the excessive or destructive severe thunderstorm warnings that we had earlier in the evening, but still yet 60 to 65 mile per hour wind gusts can cause some issues. So from the Claremore area in Chelsea, and then also back up near the Claremore and Rogers County area, let me kind of flip the velocity data on, and there's still a pocket of wind. Now, this is going to be elevated off the deck, but a potential for some 60 to 65 mile per hour winds between Oologah on 88, the Chelsea area, and the Nowata vicinity. So not only do you have the heavy rains coming down right now, but the potential still for some damaging winds. Back behind it, thunderstorms are redeveloping, and I think that's what Travis was alluding to. Is like, what's going to happen right behind this? There's still lightning and thunder from Red Rock to the Ralston and the Scheidler area. That's not severe, but if you're trying to get some festivities underway from Manford to Hominy to Wynota, these showers and storms are going to move back into your area over the next 35 to 40 minutes. But by far and large, it's the leading edge that still has the potential for severe weather. You can see a very strong severe storm northeast of Edmond and west of Kearney and Wellston, and that's going to be moving to the Lincoln County area there just south of Perkins in the next 15 to 25 minutes, and then from Bristow to Welty to the Okmulgee area. Getting word from the Okmulgee Emergency Management Agency that it looks like that potentially Okmulgee is going to call it a night on their fireworks and going to try tomorrow night. So that's the word that I'm getting from the Okmulgee County Emergency Management Agency here regarding Okmulgee. Let me give you a track since we're talking here. And
I just mentioned, and they just got a 60 mile an hour wind gust. So that adds to it right there. Okay.
There it is. Okay. So we're going to track the leading edge that I'm going to just kind of zoom in here and show you on the radar. So Midway right now, Haskell now, Taft 8:56, Gibson would be at 9 o'clock. the Muskogee area, again, right in through here. You can see that you're into that track where these winds, potential for some 60-mile-per-hour winds will start to move across the area. We'll extend this a little bit more. Fort Gibson area at 907, 908. And that will just continue on. So we want to give you a heads up. We think that these storms, even though they may start to weaken a little bit, we do think the storms themselves will continue on. So that's why we want folks around Lake Eufaula and Stigler and McAllister, Lake McAllister, just north of town, all the way over to the Cherokee County area, Tahlequah and Tenkiller, to remain aware these storms are moving in your direction.
Okay.
All right.
Yep, I appreciate it very much. Getting some reports out of Drumright, out to the west of Tulsa, where there is some rescue going on. We'll find out more information about that coming up. Again, power outages seem to be a very common occurrence, or is happening to become, or is starting to become a very common occurrence as these thunderstorms come on through. So no matter where you are, pretty good chance 50, 60-mile-an-hour winds are going to be pretty much the standard. And then beyond that, as Al was mentioning, we could see some additional pockets of stronger winds that are in there, but we have had multiple reports of 60-mile-an-hour winds really across all of these thunderstorms. So that has been pretty much a given as we've had gusty winds associated with it. Leading edge right now, you see Vaughn has gotten into some of this at this point. Hey, Vaughn, update from you. I see you have kind of a cool shot too of some lightning off to the west, northwest of you. What do you have for us?
Yeah, it's pushing me around quite a bit. Well, here on 69, I'm between Wagner and Shoto. Just coming up here to Flat Rock Creek. So the bridge, of course, the lake is way up. And I can see some light right down the 69. I'm not sure what that light is, but that's obviously a lot of dust and stuff in the air that light is bouncing off of ahead of me, right up 69. So there's a lot of strong winds coming across 69 right now. Maybe I don't think there's severe limits right here yet, but right behind this leading edge, they may be. So anybody along this side of Fort Gibson Lake, even on the other side of Fort Gibson Lake, I don't care where you are at Fort Gibson Lake, all these winds are going to affect you. If you're out in a boat, you've got to get to safe, dry place. So we got a lot of people out on the lakes today. So that's one thing we really need to stress. Travis, thank you.
Amen. Amen. Already gone through quite a few lakes. Been up Skytook, Keystone areas, extending now, getting close to Lake Eufaula. Here's you see where Vaughn is located. So again, heaviest of the rains and thunder is up to his northwest. So you kind of see how that look from his perspective as he's looking back to the north and west. Let's go up to around Grand Lake if we could. And then what we're going to do is we're going to kind of come down along this line of rain and thunder and lightning and all that, kind of give you a good idea, not kind of, we will give you an idea of what to expect. So you can see Lake Hudson here, and then Grand Lake is in the upper top part here. And so the rain, thunder, and lightning coming through. Now, you do not officially have a severe thunderstorm warning for most of the body of the lake right now. The severe thunderstorm warning extends down to Ketchum, down to Disney. That's kind of the eastern extent of it right at this point. But strong winds are still going to be blowing and going across this area tonight. And if you are any place around Grand Lake, just be advised for 30, 40-mile-an-hour winds, and a few gusts could exceed that. If you have friends that are out on the lake and they're just kind of like, all right, this is 4th of July, 250 years, fantastic, and then all of a sudden it's not so. And that is coming up here over the course of the next 20 to 30 minutes. So again, this is over the Grand Lake. You do not have rain at this second, but thunder and lightning definitely headed your way, and you'll see it, and you can see it just out to the west of you at this time as we continue to have heavy rain, thunderstorms around the Veneta area and extending back on over to around Big Cabin. So that's part of the storm. It is weakening a little bit, it's fragmenting a little bit, which is a good sign. And so that's especially on this northern flank. It's still much more meaty, so to speak, any place from around Shoto where Vaughn is. And then John is back into the Tulsa area. These are the heavy downpours of rain, thunder, and lightning going on. And then we have the...
Say that again. I couldn't hear you.
What? Oh, okay. And then let's go to... Aaron, is John available for an update in Tulsa?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, John, if you're available, I wanted to just get an update from you. How are the streets doing in Tulsa at this time?
The streets right now you've got water standing, and most of the roadways, especially in the outside lanes, that is making travel a little bit difficult. You also need to watch out for the standing water because of the you can hit it and not really know you're going to hit it because it's difficult to see in the rain. The rain in the city proper is starting to slack off just a little bit. So that's some good news, Travis.
All right.
Back to you.
Amen on that. Amen. We've had our fair share of nasty things happening across the area, and still getting reports coming in from out of north of from Bartlesville to the north of a lot of significant damage with trees down and power out and power lines down. And some of that a little bit in Tulsa, but you see John is kind of on the backside. As we mentioned, Jinx is trying 9:30. There's still lightning strikes all around, so that's going to be pretty difficult to pull off. It could happen, but this is a live look of what's going on downtown. Jinx, at this particular moment, you see police and pretty much trying to do traffic control. I don't know how many times, Al, we've done this, but it seems like so many 4th of Julys have kind of been pushing the limits of rain, thunder, lightning. Are we going to be able to get the fireworks off?
Yeah, it's either hotter than all get out, or it's lots of storms and lightning, and it comes at the most inopportune time. So there's Jinx right in the middle of the screen from a radar perspective.
So you see what's going on right here?
Yeah.
And so we still have rain, still have lightning strikes. It doesn't show any. Oh, there it is. Now
yeah, they're still
right
just to the south right now. And then you've
it.
got those storms that are to the north. That's the issue.
Yeah.
You still have storms that are, pardon me for zipping around the radar, but these up here in the Osage County vicinity that will try to bubble up back behind it. But I think that from a severe weather standpoint, though, it's going to be along and to the south and east of this area. And these storms are getting a little meaty over here near Kearney and Wellston. They're going to drop across the southern area of Lincoln County, so that's just a hair south of us. But we want to watch those as well because they have a potential to clip portions of maybe near Welty or in the southern part of Creek County here. But still strong, severe storms, Welty, Old Mulgee, the Pryor area, Coweta, still some 50-mile-per-hour winds, but it's this leading edge here. Old Mulgee's got a 60-mile-per-hour gust in the last couple of minutes. It's going to make it all the way down to 69, 75. The Henrietta, Shelter area, Okemah on 40 back to Boley, and then over through the Shakota area.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Again, we still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings working. This isn't as bad as it was, so we do think overall trend is a weakening trend. We do have aerial flood advisories in multiple locations. We have added another one into the North Tulsa area, and we have some out to the west that are along I-35 area. But you can see this newest one that has been added. This is going to take it into central Tulsa. And so John, he's kind of basically in that, so or anybody that's in central Tulsa. And then that extends back on up to around Owasso and then around Oologah. So this will go to 11:45 tonight, covering much of central Tulsa and southern Washington, far western portions of Rogers County. Had just enough heavy downpours of rain that we want you to be aware, especially on any lowland or low-lying area that is prone to flooding. Probably is flooding, kind of like what John was telling us a little bit ago, which is really frustrating for anybody trying to get from point A to point B. So just give yourself a little bit extra time. I think you'll be in a little bit better position. Heavy to severe thunderstorms continue in Lincoln County. As we said before, southern portions of Creek County. Getting ready, it is moving into northern Okfuskee County. Also into northern portions right now of really northern portions of Okfuskee County and northern portions of Okmulgee County. So these are areas of heavy rain. Embedded in this, of course, tremendous amounts of lightning, and then we've had the gusty winds. But the maximum winds now that were coming in out of Okmulgee were at 60 miles an hour. And so with those stronger winds that have been moving through, we could see some power outages down here to the south. But for the most part, the winds are not quite what they were up to the north. Still, though, don't be surprised. If you lose power, we're streaming. We can have you. And don't forget our YouTube channel as well. So our weather YouTube channel, we have that going on. Leading edge now from central portions and southern portions of Okmulgee County, or Okmulgee proper. So that heavy rains now, bands have pushed all the way into the south side of town. And so if you're in here, we've had gusty winds here for about the last 10, 15 minutes. And that is pushing well to the south. The heavy rains to the north and northeast. And so again, if you're in any of these areas, just be aware that it is still going strong. Aaron, any other reports of power outages or any updates on that coming up?
I haven't. I'll check on the power outages here in a second. I did see, I don't know if this has been mentioned, Pryor's Mesonet site had a 68 mile per hour gust.
68.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would have just been here pretty recently, I would think.
Yep.
And Vaughn's basically up in that part of the storm now, so he might have a good idea what's happening there.
Okay.
But that's kind of what I just had.
Okay. Vaughn, if you're with us at this moment, do you want to give us another update from your location? What do you have going on?
coming up on 412 and Highway 69 right here at Choteau. Starting to get some pretty gusty winds out of the west here. I think this is actually, the gust front has already been through here, and I'm looking to my east, and I can see fireworks underneath the leading edge of that gust front. Really, really cool. If I could turn the camera that way, which I will be able to here in about a week. Can't right now, but it's a really cool shot. But coming up now, the rain starting here in Choteau, the winds, I would say a maximum gust here, maybe 50, so far. So getting ready to get on 412, I'm going to try to get back out in front of this severe warned area that's going to be heading towards Tenkiller and Tahlequah and all that. So just getting ready. A lot of lightning, like there has been all the way with this storm. But thankfully, I think this area of the storm is that gust front may be killing a little bit of this momentum that it has. One more thing is I just talked with my son. He's a lineman that just got called out. So that's pretty serious that they get called out on July 4th. And more than likely probably Bartlesville area. But, yeah, that's a big deal. So,
yes. Okay. Thanks for the update. And yes, that is kind of what the latest reports are coming from emergency management up in Bartlesville. Fairly significant damage to the north of Bartlesville. There's that leading outflow line again of what's happening with the rain, the thunder, lightning, and that leading edge again could help. I was hoping it would help about 2 hours ago. But that didn't seem to make a whole lot of difference. But these storms are expected. Tennessee is supposed to come down. Looks like they are coming down at this point. So with our outflow boundary and Alan, yeah, you put a line through there. So you can see that line right in here. So that extends all the way to the north. And there's little dents in there, but it doesn't really, you can see it goes down through Muskogee at this point, then down to around Chakotah. And so that's the outflow area where the strongest winds are located. And that's where the gustier winds will be coming from the north and west. And so we'll be flowing south and east. As far as the rain, thunderstorms, heavy rain and thunderstorms still are around Stroud and back into areas that are extending into northern Okfuskee County. Some pretty nasty storms are out west, but we're worried about what's happening here. So again, around Okmulgee, this new severe thunderstorm warning that continues to get pushed now over all of almost all of Lake Eufaula. And then that's going almost to Kerr Reservoir, now taking in Lake Tenkiller. So you don't have too long before it hits Lake Tenkiller. Al, if you want to, you can give us an update on what it looks like for the timeline for Tenkiller.
Let's take a look, because these storms are now starting to move pretty rapidly to the south and east, between 40 and 50 miles per hour. So a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued, and this is going to take it into Tenkiller. It's going to take it very close to the Tahlequah area. Storms will move into Tahlequah. Muskogee, you are included in this new severe thunderstorm warning. As Travis mentioned, the green line is the outflow, so that's 40 to 45 mile per hour winds that are now moving across Muskogee. They're about to move into the Chakotah area, but the stronger potential for heavy rain and winds that still could gust near 60 miles per hour will be back behind that. And this is dropping to the south and east at about 40 to near 45 miles per hour. So this is going to be, again, right now, Taft is included in this warning. Currently, Muskogee at 9:07, about 10 minutes from now. Wainwright would be at 9:10, and the Oktahah area at about 9:17. Weber's Falls, it continues on. It could be in your area at 9:22. The Chakotah area, the same thing as well, and Braggs, the Fort Braggs area, at about 9:24. So again, that is the potential for the storms that are now severe. Severe thunderstorm warnings are going to be in effect for the Muskogee County area until 9:45. Also the Wagner County vicinity, southern sections of Cherokee County until 9:45, western sections of Sequoyah County. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings already in effect for Okmulgee County until 9:15. The northern areas of McIntosh County, including Lake Eufaula. So we're spending a little extra time to talk more about the lakes coming up here. So from Tenkiller south to any body of water in the southern areas of Muskogee County, Fort Gibson Lake, for example, also the Wagner areas, south to Lake Eufaula, all the way down to McAllister and Lake McAllister, and eventually even down to Sardis. These storms are moving in your direction. What about the Grand Lake area? Again, outflow is now moving across Grand Lake. Bear with me here. We're just going to zoom up on the radar. Show you the inside baseball and how we do that. So here's Bernice and Grand Lake and the Dennis area. So those are strong west winds right now moving across the lake, anywhere between 35 and 40 miles per hour, but the wind speeds will pick up a little bit more. So Grove and Dodge and Xena and Jay on 59, those storms are moving your direction pretty fast. Fairland, Miami, the Commerce area, thunderstorms right now. The stronger storms in the Miami vicinity are south of the Ottawa County vicinity, but those are still severe. And there is a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued there. Yeah. It's going to be from the Grand Lake area south to Chewy. That will include the community of Tahlequah.
It will, and that will continue at least till 9:45. So again, we're going to continue our coverage here for a while as we are looking at, again, with this line of storms, still very dangerous. So many people are out. Alan was just talking about along the leading edge and the gust of wind, and with the severity of the storm still hanging in there, strong enough we have to watch out. We are going to have to be aware of what's going on for a while longer. We will try to get us up to basically, if we have a little bit of time here, we will try to get at least if you wanted to watch some of our extended 250-year coverage that CBS has been doing. We can do that potentially a little bit later, but in the meantime, still with so many folks, we have to make sure that everybody is safe. And with the unfortunate amount of severe weather, the wind that we've had, it has not been a good situation for the evening. We will be recapping some of this coming up in a little bit. First of all, though, we would like to welcome our CW viewers for News on 6 at 9. We are talking about conditions that have been severe across the area for an extended period of time. Started up around Wichita. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning till 9:45 tonight. For areas east of Tulsa, we're going to talk about Tulsa and what to expect here coming up as we go through the next 20 to 30 minutes. Still additional wind flow that is now through central Delaware County to near Rose, extending back west of, really west of Tahlequah at this point. So it's around the Fort Gibson Lake. Having had gusty winds at this hour, Vaughn is along that area leading edge as well. Fort Gibson extending down now through Muskogee. So we've had the heaviest of the wind or stronger winds right along this leading edge. Now that could be, strong winds could be 30 miles an hour in your area. And you might go, what winds are there you're talking about? Some other areas are going to be picking up 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. So depends on your location a little bit and what part of the thunderstorm complex you are in. And so additional heavy rain and thunderstorms are back to the west. These have all been severe thunderstorm warned areas. We have a little bit of an exception right now in Muskogee. With that biggest part of the storm still northwest. So you have winds. You haven't had any storm. You're like, where's the storm? Well, that's because it's just to your west with the heaviest of the rains and thunder and lightning. They'll come with that. But in the meantime, it's just a gust of wind that's just blasted through your area. So be aware of those conditions of what's happening. And we want to just go along that line a little bit further. So this is going down toward the pretty much around Lake Eufaula. We do have our severe thunderstorm warning. So there's still in that outflow boundary. We can still make it out around Renningsville. That goes down to around Brush Hill and then around Lena. And so you can see that curves then to Waletka. So that's the leading edge of these stronger winds. And then behind it is where the heavy rain, thunder, lightning is occurring at this particular time. And that's where we anticipate where we'll see the most of the issues will be with the better chance of maybe like some flooding. Will be happening along this line, especially to the west through Southern Creek County and into Lincoln County. These are some meaty storms at this particular time that are causing some problems there. And in the Tulsa area, John is located right in central Tulsa. We just had an aerial flood advisory issued for right in the Tulsa area. John, if you're with me right now, could you give us a quick update on what you have and what are conditions around Tulsa and travel?
Right now, this is 41st Street. And it is curb deep flooding right through this area. It is 41st, just east of Sheridan, before you get to the railroad tracks at Memorial. So very much standing water all the way up to the curbs, and the wind even has little white caps on the water. Cars are coming through here. You can't really see it until you're in the water, and that's making, again, one of our problems with driving tonight. Is all of this standing water everywhere. So back to you.
All right. Again, that's a look at what's going on in Tulsa. We are also going to be talking a little bit about down around the Jinx area where they're hoping, maybe hope against hope, I don't know, 9:30 at night trying to do some well, we saw a little bit of fireworks over on the left side. There's somebody shooting off some fireworks, but Mother Nature's doing her own fireworks first, has been doing it for quite a while. I'm going to try and do it at 9:30. Here's the latest on the power outages. What do you have on that, Aaron?
Yeah, those those continue to climb. I mean, it almost looks like an ice storm came through with these numbers.
Man.
I mean, look at Washington County. There are 10,000 customers, 7,000 in Tulsa, multiple counties with over 1,000 customers without power. So quite a lot of power outages, a lot of rain. A guy I know up in the Nevada area, Clark Fuller, he just reported he's got 1.5 inches of rain in a pretty short period of time. So definitely a lot of issues with power outages and street flooding and wind.
Speaking of which, Mr. AlanCrone is, we see a little bit of clearing out there with that sun setting over it. That's not Tulsa, that is Bartlesville. So again, Bartlesville, you guys need a break. If anybody need a break, still lightning strikes though. And so that doesn't bode well further south toward the Jinx area. But Alan, if you could you get us some storm tracks and some ideas on these severe storms that are still going strong, please?
Yep, and they're still producing potential of 60 and 70 mile per hour winds. I think I saw a 70 mile per hour wind that just came in around the Choteau area not too long ago. So again, we're still having that potential. So all along this leading edge, this entire leading edge is going to be considered severe with 60 to potentially 70 mile per hour winds from Wellston to Welty to Okmulgee to Muskogee, Choteau, Adair, and Veneta. The Jay and the Grove area, the newest severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued is this one. I know there's a lot of information on your screen, but basically the storms near Langley, back down to near and east of Pryor to east of the Choteau area, near Rose and Little Kansas, also near Fort Gibson. Those are dropping southeast right now at 40 to near 50 miles per hour. So the heart of Grand Lake, you're starting to get those gusty winds right now, and it's coming in soon. So again, if you have friends and neighbors on the lake, you want to make sure that they're aware. Most folks are at this point, but you still want to give them a text or a call. The J area at 918, Kansas, that's Little Kansas at 925, Tahlequah, still away before the storms will start to move in your area. That's going to be at 925, we think. But the outflow associated with these storms will enter Tahlequah before the storm activity itself. That's that green line. That's around 82 to the Hulbert area. That can provide us some 35 to 45 mile per hour winds, but the potential for stronger winds and heavy rain will be back behind that. So Tahlequah, it's headed in your direction.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it very much. And we're talking about some incredible lightning strikes still going strong in several areas. And if we could do the positive lightning thing one more time, if we get a chance. So again, severe weather all along this leading edge, and it's like there's no exception. There's no pockets where that really don't look like they're going to end up with something severe. And now we've extended it even further south, now getting into Pittsburgh County. These are positive lightning strikes. I mentioned this a little bit ago, but if you weren't with us, positive lightning strikes are very, very dangerous. We consider it hot lightning, and it happens about 10% of the time, and it's a higher probability if lightning of this magnitude strikes because it tends to cause more fires, house fires and structure fires, and is also more deadly. So we just want you to be very much aware of what's going on. Now notice you don't have much of that going on once you get into portions of Wagner, northern Wagner County, and then on up into areas of Rogers, or I should say into Meigs County. So there are a few that are up in that area, but by far and away, once you get down western Muskogee County through Okmulgee County and then extending especially into Lincoln County and southwestern portions of Creek County, there's a lot of that going on. So we're probably going to be hearing reports of structure fires and things like that. So just be aware that's another one of those side angles that has happened. We just talked about the power outages. We do think that there will be additional power outages because with those winds, and Al mentioned just a little bit ago, but 68 mile an hour wind gusts, that's not good. Even with this, that doesn't look that bad. It's still unfortunately too strong, and more than likely will be causing some issues for you guys that are further east, maybe to Cherokee County or around Muskogee here before too long. But that is the leading edge now with the severe thunderstorm warning having been, it's coming in and is now going to be clipping all of McIntosh County. So that means all of Lake Eufaula is pretty much now under a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm sure a lot of that has to do with the fact too, it's the lake, and it also has to do with kind of a little jurisdiction between the National Weather Service offices in Oklahoma City and also in Tulsa. But it gives you a good idea that if you have friends in Eufaula or Lake Eufaula, Here comes that gust front, so that's coming across the lake. Not a good scenario is playing out at this particular time for what's happening there. Wind gust, highest maximum wind gust was right around 80 to 82 miles an hour. Those were reported earlier up around the Bartlesville area. We still are getting some of these wind gusts around 60 to 70. Al mentioned that just a moment ago, but by far and away, most of the heaviest of the rain is moving away from Tulsa at this moment, but it's not in the southeast side of the metro, and so we still have to deal with these areas of heavy to severe storms running now to Henrietta, from Okemah to Henrietta to now coming in on Muskogee. Gust fronts already east of Muskogee. So that's the situations that we have. Vaughn is in some of that at this point. He's just testing it out. Vaughn, update from you. What do you have for us?
I'm trying to check on my video right now. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Does he have video at this moment? Oh, he doesn't. Oh, okay. I thought he did. So
yeah, I was about to tell you his video froze up, so he's working on getting that repaired.
He's getting that. Okay.
Yeah.
Does he have any wind gusts in there? Because that's where we came close to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Okay, if you could, that'd be great. Al, that storm, that is part of that complex again. Do you see any other damaging wind potential along that area?
Yeah, I still do. I still see the potential here that we can have some 60 to maybe even 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. And our friends at the Weather Service continuing with now the severe thunderstorm warnings to go all the way to the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line area. They're going to drop all the way basically just north of Stigler, and then they'll go all the way into northern sections of Pittsburgh County. So the newest severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued that we haven't had time to track yet. Let's do that. Let me jump down here and get you into McIntosh County South, Lake Eufaula, Highway number 9, Longtown Landing, Blocker Bridge, Crowder Point, east-west, Juniper Point South, all the way to McAllister. Chakotah at 918, Destin 923, Eufaula at 929, we're at 909 right now. Canadian Shores, Indianola, Highway 113, 936, the potential for 60, 65-mile-per-hour winds, heavy rainfall, frequent cloud to ground lightning. So let me try to clear that off, and you can see again, this is ample warning because there's so many people on the lake that our friends at the Weather Service trying to get the word out that these storms are still going to have the potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds. You know, a lot of folks and I don't blame you, especially when you get to the 4th of July, you know, especially this afternoon, it was harder than all get out. You go on autopilot, let's just have a good time. You're on the lake, you look on the horizon, you kind of see the lightning, but maybe you're not totally paying attention. These are the storms that you absolutely have to be off of the lake, wherever you're at, if you have friends on the lake. And here's something else. Lots of folks camping right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so RVs, trailers, fifth wheels, tents, obviously. You got to, have a sturdy shelter in mind before these storms get to you there, especially now in the southern and eastern sections.
All right. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. So that's why we're continuing here for folks that are tuning in at this moment, because it's still very much, if this was normal thunderstorms and just a few severe thunderstorms, it wouldn't be as bad. But this is just not a good scenario played out at all during the late afternoon and evening hours. Unfortunately, I know a lot of folks got soaking wet trying to watch some of the fireworks that were downtown, tried to get those going before the storm hit. The storm hit while the fireworks were going off. So again, it's just been crazy. Also, John is in an area. Where is John at this moment? Is he able to talk to us, Aaron? Yes, okay. Okay, we see John, pretty much around coming close to Midtown. He's not too far from 44 and Broken Arrow Expressway. John, what do you have for us?
Right now I'm at 43rd and Sheridan in front of the Sam's, where it always floods. And you can see a Tulsa police officer has a car in the middle of the intersection, a little blue compact car that apparently tried to go through the water when it was up and stalled out. And police have this kind of blocked off right there, waiting on them to get some help and get that car pulled out of here. The water has started to recede, so that is the good news from this point, Travis.
All right. Hey, John, real quick, are you getting very many cloud-to-ground lightning strikes?
Not as much as what I had maybe 10 minutes ago. There was quite a bit of it then. I'm not seeing that much of it right now.
All right. And once again, for those of you who are kind of wondering about a lot of the fireworks displays that were scheduled for tonight, a few tried to get them going early, a few had problems late. And then maybe really late, like 9:30 here coming up, Jinx will be able to try to get theirs going. Unfortunately, you can see some lightning strikes still in several different areas that are still going on. So usually we do the 30-30. So you kind of wait, you basically wait 30 minutes till the last lightning strike in the area. And this is kind of an exceptional thing just because there's still some cells up in Osage County that are kind of drifting southeast. All the severe weather has been pretty much pushed now to the southeast. So any of these cells developing north and west just aren't going to be the same intensity or cause the same amount of problems, except for lightning on the 4th of July. So those are two problems that we can say. We do have aerial flood advisories for Tulsa County, and that goes to 11:45, I think we said, and then there's one north in Washington County, western portions of Nowata County. There's a couple out, there's one in Payne County that includes Stillwater, and then Noble County. So there's several. And the storms developed really just not too far from Wichita, and they just exploded. Now, we thought they'd sit up there for a while, and then about this time, they would start thinking about coming into the Tulsa area around 10 o'clock. And then they just decided to accelerate and head on south at a much faster rate. And that's why we have severe weather now lined up all across this area. So here's the latest of what's happening along the leading edge. So now we've had the gust front come all the way into Cherokee County. So it's just to the west of Tahlequah right now.
Travis, just a 59-mile-per-hour wind in Holbert
right
now.
there.
Yep,
okay.
Just in the last minute and a half.
So that's at 60 mile an hour, pretty much right at 60 mile an hour. That's 58 is considered a severe thunderstorm warning. So Alan said new report from Holbert here. 59. Let's go up along the leading edge if we can all the way to Grand Lake, and then we can talk to Vaughn. It looks like his video is back and running as well. And so now it's coming up over the Grand Lake area. That has been the southern side of the Grand Lake area has been extended with severe weather, and then also a new severe thunderstorm is in southwest Missouri, but that's not going to affect Grand Lake. We do have lightning strikes right now, though, from Wyandotte, and then that extends around the Afton area, and then down to around Copeland to Bernice, and then through the Grand Lake area to Dennis and Xenia. So if you are in these areas, Monkey Island, you can see there, rain, thunder, lightning, severe thunderstorm warning for up to 60 mile an hour winds. We think that it's weaker for you guys, but it still doesn't matter. Alan mentioned this a moment ago. If you're near the lake, you need to be definitely off of it by now because that's blowing and going at this point. And then you can see with this, we do have some gusty winds, and those winds are going to be causing probably some issues. You can see that green area indicates about 50 mile an hour winds or so, and that's too much to be out on a lake. So that extends now through Xenia, as you can see, and Chloe, and then also down to Uchi. So the gust front now east of Highway 59. You can just barely make it out between Jay and Sycamore, and that is now also extending east of Lake Uchi. So if you're any place along that leading edge, that's where that 30 to 45, maybe 50 mile an hour winds. And really, for Holbert, that was basically 60 mile an hour winds after this passed through. So that goes now down to Twin Oaks. So it's just halfway between Leach and Little Kansas. And the heaviest rains are still back toward the Rose area. And then you can see Scraper. And then Lowry is in Cherokee County right now going across the Illinois River. So that's literally coming up on the Illinois River at this particular moment, Highway 10. So you're going to get the strong winds, and those winds again near 60 miles an hour. And so there will be power outages for some. Don't be surprised. We'll get another power outage update. Here it is knocking on the door in Tahlequah. So you guys are literally getting the winds coming in on the northwest side of town. And that is supposed to be near severe limits. So again, if Holbert had 59, we're going to go with 60. 60 is severe. And so if you are in the areas of Tahlequah, be aware that power outages are going to be possible. And if it is, we're streaming. And you see that flow from that area continue to push to the east. Vaughn is in an area where he has been through some of that. Vaughn, if you can, I think he has a good cell signal right there. Vaughn, if you would, give us an update. What do you have right there?
So, yeah, I'm on, I'm just north of Tahlequah here, coming into the north side of town. I cannot tell if this was fireworks or if this was power flashes, but it's on the northeast or northwest side of town. It's right where those high winds are coming into. And I'm just coming into the north side here of town. And as soon as I get up top of the hill, I'll be able to tell a little bit better, I think. But I think it was fireworks, but it didn't have the greenish, that greenish glow you get when you get a power flash.
Yeah.
Sometimes that greenish glow, though, is not green. Sometimes it's like an orange. So it just depends on, well, I'm not that smart about the current and the amperage and the voltage and all that kind of watts, but it kind of had the look of a power flash, but I cannot confirm that. But since we had those winds through Hulbert, this is pretty much the area where they're going to get the high wind. So I'm just getting ready to come into that area, Travis, and I'll be able to measure those here in just a little bit.
All right. No, I appreciate that very much. So we continue with that severe thunderstorm warning that Vaughn is on until 9:45. And so you can see that's moving through town. You can see that he's near Gideon at this point. So he'll be coming in right here. And then as he's sliding south and east, you'll be able to see a little bit more. But it has to be unique. And I think was it last year we got pictures in of big aerial display of Mother Nature's lightning and man-made fireworks going off same time. So there's some cool shots. Just make sure you don't get in trouble trying to take one of those shots because I just mentioned it. But again, this is the strong winds coming in. As Al mentioned just a little bit ago, 59-mile-an-hour wind gusts Hulbert. Now that extends back down around the Zeb area. So this is coming in on Lake Tenkiller really fast. So if you're near Carter's Landing, Pettit Bay, Qualls, any place into those areas, Keys, Cookson, and then extending back on down all the way to the dam, basically down to near Paradise Hill. You will have to be aware that more strong winds, it's the last thing marinas want. It's like, really? 4th of July and we're messing with this again, but that's what we have to deal with right now. So if you're around the lake, be advised you're literally coming up with a severe thunderstorm that is headed your way, and winds of 50, 60 miles an hour are going to be quite possible. Aaron, if you could give us another update here in just a minute for the storm reports, or not storm reports, but the power outages, that'd be awesome. And then we'll have Al do another storm track and an update on what's going on. Notice though, heaviest rains have been moving through Wagner, now across the lake, Fort Gibson Lake, and Hudson already covered with rain, thunder, wind. That extends now all the way through Muskogee, so you're getting your heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, severe thunderstorm. Basically, it's a warning in advance of this whole line of storms for 60-mile-an-hour winds and up to dime-size hail or maybe a little bit larger. We haven't looked at hail for a minute. Al, could you give me a quick look at that? And so along this leading edge, there's just not a whole lot. We've had a few times something would flare up, but you'll see that it's just like kind of flare and then kind of die out. So we're getting reports of hail, but it's usually very small, pea to dime size. So that's pretty much what's going on. But again, if you're in advance of this line, severe thunderstorms, likely. Winds 60 miles an hour, likely with gusts. And then torrential heavy downpours of rain. Aaron, what do you have?
Yeah, we still continue to have quite a bit of power outages. Some of these numbers have gone up. Washington County is up to 12,000 customers now. Tulsa County 7,500, Osage 3,500, which is quite a significant number based on the population of Osage County. 2,000 outages in both Creek and Wagner County. Obviously, a lot of power outages. We just had another Craig County just popped on there. I'll get a number for that. 100 customers there. So we do see several locations throughout the county, power outages are being reported, and that's in McIntosh County. Yeah. So, yep, it's definitely Muskogee County just popped on here. Let's get some updates for those. So, yeah, it continues to expand as the storms expand southeastward. All
right, and yeah, I saw Al helping you see that. Yeah, I just saw that, and it was like McIntosh County, and so it doesn't even register with us as of yet, but said multiple power outages. So this whole line, just a lot of wind, knocking out power. So if you are, there's fortunately we don't have anything associated with quote unquote tornadoes right now, but we've had strong damaging winds. And some of the worst, where there was a kind of a twisting of winds, so to speak, was kind of northern Washington County. That was an area that we were watching closely. And Alan pointed that out in some of our coverage as well. And so it's one of those things where that's where we think some of that damage could have occurred because of maybe some excessive winds that were there that we know of at least 80 miles an hour. So what we're looking at right now out of Bartlesville, again, we have a little bit of clearing. There's that anvil lightning that just comes across the anvil. And again, we call it anvil crawlers, and that's a unique form of lightning that does occur. And so some of that does touch down. Some of those are positive strikes. But Bartlesville, you are hopefully improving. That's looking west, so you saw that lightning strike west. So that's still a problem if we're going to see if Jinx is going to be able to start their lighting of fireworks here at 9:30, which I kind of doubt based on what we're seeing at this moment. This is a live look. Thanks, Al. So we're getting at least some people that are shooting off a little bit of fireworks. So they're having a little bit of fun there. And anybody that's down there, the estimate was that they were going to try to do 9:30 tonight. So that's what Jinx is aiming for, is 9:30. We still have rain across this area, so you kind of, here's Jinx. So you can kind of see Tulsa Hills, the shopping center, Sapulpa. And so there's still this rain falling across the area. And then we have lightning strikes still going on in some of these areas in Osage County. These are kind of slowly drifting south, but this is mainly the anvil area of the thunderstorm itself. And so lightning strikes, and if you could zoom in around Jinx again, and we'll look at the lightning strikes that are touching the ground in there for a minute. The lightning strike counter in the upper right will go down considerably, but there's still lightning strikes again that are too close. Anything that's near 30 miles or so. So that you see Jinx, and then up here you see the lightning strikes, not many, but some. And so there's one that happened right up here near Catoosa. I don't know where the other ones are. I don't see them. But that gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on with what's happening there. Wanted to get up to Vaughn one more time over by Tahlequah to see if he had any additional reports coming in. Hey, Vaughn, I know you're getting closer with that line. What do you have for us? What's cooking there as you get near Tahlequah?
You know, it doesn't correlate with radar, but I had some fairly strong. Oh, look at that wind right there, coming across right here across this. I'm on the north side of Tahlequah right here, and actually the wind's coming from the northwest now. So, but I did have some really strong winds coming out of the east, just about 2 miles to my north. So there's still some inflow coming into this, and that does not correlate with radar. I see that. I'm looking at it right now. I'm like, this is not matching up. Wow. But I did have some strong. I mean, I'm talking about a flag flying straight to the west. But right now I'm getting straight west winds. East winds about 2 miles back, west winds now. So, you know, I'm not saying that there's any kind of rotation here, but I was getting east winds just about 2 miles back.
All right. No, very interesting. Very interesting. Al, what do you have for us in the Tahlequah area?
Yeah, 61 mile per hour wind at the airport there.
Yep.
And that was with the gust front. That was with the gust front. So I think what's happened here, when the gust front comes through, the winds change direction, and then these winds, this storm, Pegs, Gideon, Gabriel, Hulbert is so strong that right before it gets here, it may flip back around. I think that's what Vaughn is experiencing right there. But yeah, Vaughn is located right there, just north of Tahlequah on 82, so he'll keep us posted on that. But yeah, the potential is still here for 60, 65 mile per hour winds. Power outages, the potential for power outage all along this line is coming up, and will continue to do so. We're watching also with interest back down to near and south and east of the Muskogee area around the Braggs and Highway 10 vicinity here. Lots of turbulence in the atmosphere at this point, but it still looks mostly like it's just going to be strong winds coming out of the west once this line pushes through. But the outflow now is about to move into Lake Tenkiller, back down to Gore. So let me do a track real fast from basically Tahlequah to Shakota. Tahlequah to Shakota, that segment of the line. Pumpkin Center at 9:28. Highway 10 landing, 9:30. 9:26 right now, Pettit at 9:35. The Weber's Falls area would be at 9:38. And then we'll continue on this, trying to give you just a little bit of a heads up here. Vian, for example, that's going to be at 9:46, 20 minutes from now.
All right. Again, unfortunately, it doesn't want to quit giving wind. A lot of power outages and a lot of reports coming in. So this is over Lake Eufaula. So again, from anywhere from Lake Tenkiller to Lake Eufaula, and South Arm has not really been affected yet around the Crowder area. But if you're watching and kind of wondering, get everybody off the lake. If anybody's left, they were kind of waiting. You know, it's so many times at 4th of July, you're sitting on the boat watching fireworks and see it illuminate off the lake, and it's just like beautiful, but not tonight. This is not working out well for anybody, and especially, hopefully, a lot of folks down southeast here had a chance maybe to start fireworks displays around 9 o'clock or 8:45 or so, because a lot of the clouds, the anvil from the thunderstorm complex that's moving through, that ended up kind of spreading out big time, but it didn't until just around 6 o'clock to 6:30. Then all of a sudden there was this massive explosion of the thunderstorm. And so since then, though, if you're in southeastern Oklahoma, it's been humid. I don't know what our temperatures, can we get an update too on temps, Aaron, and we can just kind of look at how much a drastic drop there is. But heat index values earlier, for many of us, were at 110 or higher. If you were outside playing or working, didn't really matter. It was really hot, and that's even by Oklahoma standards, that was really hot. And so we got an update there. Okay, let's check out the temperatures here. Falling in the 60s, still 72 in Tulsa. In advance of it, we're in the 80s. And I bet the heat index is still going strong in the 90s, I would imagine, down here. But that big-time rain-cooled air from this thunderstorm complex. Last night, the thunderstorm complexes were in Nebraska and Kansas, and then that boundary continued to push south. And so, yeah, check out this right now. Heat index right now in Stigler, 97. 97 is what it feels like in Sallisaw. You're probably like, I'll take the breeze. Just don't want a massive gale force wind. But that drops off quickly once you get into this rain-cooled air. So there's a blessing, we'll say. It's cooler air if you don't like hot air. But this is, again, just stifling heat that's still going on. Probably hardly any breeze at all either. Here's a look at some times of arrival. Al, I see that you have that all set up for us. What does that look like at this particular time?
Yeah, so this is just a quick little time of arrival for certain communities and locations here. 9:55 is going to be west Siloam Springs, then moving into Arkansas. 10:12 it should be across the Fort Smith area south of Van Buren. How about McAllister? Right now, McAllister's on the southern edge of the polygon. These storms are going to continue in southern and central Pittsburgh County. The question is, will they continue to be severe? Right now, the short answer would be yes. So that's going to end up at about 10:15 to 10:20. Tallahena, 10:30, 10:40. As we were looking at this thing earlier today, it looked like, by midnight, some of these storms might be entering the I-40 corridor. I mean, this is really sped up, so it'll continue to move through, which means it should push out, and I think a lot of folks will be able to at least get some good sleep. Tomorrow's going to be cooler compared to what we had today, so a little blessing for some of this.
Amen on that. And then power outages being reported in Tahlequah now. What's on Weather 20? That's Oklahoma City. Is that a flipped over trailer or a semi? Can somebody in the control room tell me if that's am I seeing things or what? It looks like it's a semi flipped over probably. They had some really strong winds out there as well, but it is okay. Is that semi? That's semi flipped over. That's Val and Amy have got that. So again, they have strong damaging winds. So Oklahoma. Oh, that was kind of cool.
What's
that was David Payne just showed up right behind me.
Oh,
that was kind of scary there for a second.
I didn't see that.
We'll give him some grief there in a little bit. Anyway, so they're getting blasted as well here. So that's coming through Oklahoma City at this point. So that's where Val is located. So he's just south of Edmond. Looks like there. So we're not alone in this. Oklahoma City is getting nailed. It's just that it took longer for it to get to Oklahoma City. So that's one of the things that some of the areas around Oklahoma City are ending up with a little bit better. I guess they had a little bit more time to prepare, but if you have friends down there, I'm sure that that's not a good situation for them either. Our severe weather, though, continues across our area. Notice the number of severe weather. He's good? Okay. Okay, Yvonne, if you would, update from Tahlequah. We're getting reports of a lot of power outages. What do you have?
I can agree with that. At least 60-mile-an-hour winds from the west, northwest here. I'm on the the spur, basically from the airport back down to the middle of Tahlequah here. So it's at least 60-mile-an-hour winds here. Just getting ready to turn back to the east here on this spur. And I just came across Highway 51, and at least 60-mile-an-hour winds there. Have not seen any power flashes, and had not seen any power out yet. I'm not saying that's not the case, but everywhere. But very, very strong winds. The rain is picking up, and, of course, the lightning, as has been all night long with this storm, is picking up also. Back to you.
Okay. Unfortunately, man, this is just messing up everybody's 4th of July evening across the area. So these are pretty much sustained winds, too. I think Alan was mentioning this a little bit ago. So we get the wind gust initially with the wind flow and the outflow boundary that's in front of it. But then you get these strong winds that are sustained. And so this is not going to be good because you get all these branches going back and forth. Eventually some of them can weaken and then hit some power lines. And then you get some arcing going on. And that's causing some flashes and all that. So we're looking looking at multiple power outages. And so Tahlequah is just one example of many that are going to be across the area that are going to be without power here for a while. Now, there's no blessing, but at least tomorrow isn't going to be 110 heat index. But it's going to be, what do you have for a high tomorrow? Aaron, was it 88? 90?
Like 89.
89.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So we should be in at least, thank heavens, if you don't have power, there's a chance that you might be able to be pretty good. I hear booming going on.
Yeah.
It wasn't thunder.
That sounds like fireworks. 61-mile-per-hour wind gusts, Davis filled Muskogee.
So still going on now?
8 minutes ago.
8 minutes ago.
Yeah,
So
approximately 8 minutes ago.
Okay, so it doesn't want to quit down here. So that's Muskogee. Strong winds still blowing and going. That's this part of the Tahlequah area. So this is all part of the wind flow pattern that's
a lot of wind
across the area. That's just going to set us up for a lot of folks. And Vaughn mentioned this a little bit ago. His son-in-law was called up to lineman. And so when you get linemen called up, it's just like that's a sign we've got a lot of issues we're going to be dealing with, because this is a wind situation. We've known it's going to be wind because this just had a really good chance, the way it was set up for the last couple of days, of being a major wind player, some hail, isolated tornado risk when it got started, and then maybe along the leading edge. But right now, leading edge has pushed all the way through Lake Eufaula. The exception is southern arm down around the Crowder area, and then that extends now over Lake Tenkiller and now moving into northwestern Arkansas. And so we do have a thunderstorm that popped up there near Bella Vista, but that's just one. And then this whole line will be pushing through. So over Grand Lake at this time, rain, heavy thunderstorms. All these are severe thunderstorm warnings. Tulsa area is improving a little bit. I'm going to go to John in Tulsa. John, if you would, give us an update on what you have as far as you've been driving around Tulsa. Is it safe to drive now? What's going on?
Yes. The roads are in much better shape. The standing water has receded. I've checked out the flooding hot spots, trouble spots throughout the city, and most of those are down as well. I did notice that Little Joe Creek, which cuts through Fortune Park, is bank full, so it can't take a whole lot more. But right now, things are looking much better than 90 minutes ago. Back to you.
All right, thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. So you can see where John's located, kind of between La Fortune Park and Bishop Kelly. Little Joe Creek goes right into this area. And then there we go. And so what we're going to do is we're going to continue to monitor what's happening. And Seth or Sonora, I don't know if you've heard anything from out of Jinx, because we're past the 9:30 deadline and we haven't seen any fireworks blowing up yet. Okay, so no additional information coming in. Seth is relaying to us. But we continue with our severe weather coverage across the area. Well, we're going to look along this line too. So again, if you're in the Tulsa area, things have improved. There's still some lightning strikes, so we still have to be aware of. If your Jinx is in progress, all right. Let's get Jinx camera, I guess, and we'll take a look at it. So they went ahead and they did start. So they're going to do it, even though there's a little bit of light rain. So we'll just look at that for a second and see what's going on. And we'll move that to the right, I guess. Here in a little bit. Are you controlling that, Alan? You're doing that? Okay. Didn't know. So again, we're looking from the first Oklahoma Bank building. We're looking back more toward the north, and you still see some lightning strikes. I don't see a whole lot of flashing going on at this particular moment, though. But we'll take a look here in just a second. Again, if you are into the Tulsa area, John was just mentioning the roads are doing much better across the area. And so it looks like it's closed down. The lights are off. Okay, so it looks like the 96th Street is closed right now. So you can see it from right here. So 96th Street closed at this moment. And then, oh, look at the rain. Gee, what? People are still shooting off fireworks though. So again, with what's going on, it's not going to let a little rain. I don't know how you light some fuses with that, but apparently some people are able to do that. So we'll go back to that. If there is something else going on, we got to get back to the warnings. Again, for the folks who are in and around the areas of in advance of this line. Lake Eufaula getting hammered right now with severe weather and heavy rains, strong winds, 50, 60 miles an hour. That has now, the outflow boundary is pushed all the way down to Calvin. Well in advance. I mean, the heaviest rain is around Wetumpka. This is a severe thunderstorm, though, continuing across areas from really right around Okfuskee County and then also back to the west, so around the Prague area, and so heavy rain and gusty winds, and then our severe weather continues over the lake at this time. We do not have Hughes County in a severe thunderstorm warning, which to the north, to the west, to the east, but not in Hughes County. But expect gusty winds to 50 miles an hour or more. There's that outflow boundary now, having moved into Crowder, so you're on the very southern tip of Lake Eufaula. That's the only exception to the rule. It has already strong winds that have come in out of the north, so it's just to the north of McAllister at this moment, and continuing to move through Porham, and then that extends on up to around Vian. So Alan mentioned this a minute ago. The strong damaging winds are here. Still power outage potential. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northern portions of Pittsburgh County. Also far northern Latimer, all of Haskell County. And then that goes all the way to around Salisaw. Al, you can give us a storm track update. We're going to see where we're headed. I'm going to talk to Seth first.
Yeah, we're going to take this at 30 to near 40 miles per hour. To the southeast. And by the way, in the McAllister area, at least the northern part of the community there, most of McAllister is now included in a severe thunderstorm warning. The areas just to the south will not, which is an indication from our friends at the Weather Service that they think that this is starting to ease up just a little bit. So a new severe thunderstorm warning, just a little bit more to add into the current warnings, and that would include the city of McAllister. So Russellville at 9:42, Bug Tussle 9:45. That's around the Eufaula Crowder area southward, southern McIntosh County, northern Pittsburgh County. Blocker, there it is tonight at the Blocker Bridge, 9:46. We're at 9:39 right now. Stigler at 9:50, and the Garland area would be at 9:51. So again, storm right now is continuing to move southeast near 35 to near 40 miles per hour. McAllister itself, again, 9:58. That's when a lot of the storm activity would push through. The gust front will arrive before the storms. The winds will be picking up with potentially some 50, maybe even a 60 mile per hour gust with the gust front. And that'll happen well before the rain and thunder arrive. And then Keota at 10:04. Alderson, Quitton area 10:05, and McCurtain at 10:07 p.m. We're at 9:39 right now.
All right, thank you, sir. Wind gusts in Eufaula, 48 miles an hour. Sure would be nice if those winds can continue to die down. That would make a huge difference on what's going on. Speaking of what's going on, you will see here in just a moment, we are going to put a box where the Folds of Honor Freedom Fest. They ended up getting that going at 8:30 tonight, right as the storms were just to the northwest. They made a decision to go ahead and start it early, which was a good, wise decision, because obviously it's been very difficult to try to get that to go, because all of a sudden the timing for these guys, I know it's just a headache deluxe, but again, with so much money, so much time, so much effort, but put into so many of these displays. And so we're going to be, when you see that box come up, you'll be able to be watching that as well. So that's the Folds of Honor Freedom Fest, which happened at 8:30 tonight. And even though it was still light, the clouds were thickening up and the storm was coming in. So it was quite the sight to see. I had some Facebook friends that said, man, that was crazy. Because we were watching that, we'd see the explosion of a lot of the fireworks, and then on top of that, you see all the lightning in the background coming and that storm coming, so it was pretty cool. So hopefully we'll get to see some pictures of that and what happened there. So the maximum wind gusts right now around Lake Eufaula showing up just under 50 miles per hour. So if we're lucky, some of these storms could die down a little bit, but we have already pushed now almost out of Muskogee County with some of the stronger winds, or the wind gust and the outflow boundary. So you still have to get through portions of Haskell County. So around Stigler, and then extending back on into areas of northern Pittsburgh County, you guys are still going to get gusty winds. And so there's still a chance of some power outages, but it looks like some of those winds are dying down just a little bit. The rain isn't. You still get a ton of water. No matter how you cut it, there's going to be just a ton of rain associated with this, and the rain and thunderstorm activity going on is not going to stop until it's out of the area. There is some hope that we will get a break in a while with what's going on. Vaughn is now in the Keys area. Vaughn, update from you. What's going on with the winds and what's happening here on the north side of Lake Tenkiller?
Yeah, continually having pretty strong winds from the west, northwest. I'm heading into Keys right now, so very heavy rains. I'm just kind of right on the edge, just right behind the very leading edge of this. But the outflow boundary is basically way ahead of me. I think. But the strong winds right behind that outflow boundary are now coming into Keys, and the rain. So I'm going to continue heading south here and try to catch up with this outflow boundary, try to get ahead of the rain, and see what kind of winds we've really got right ahead of this thing. Back to you. Okay.
I mean, that's just unbelievable what's going on tonight. You have a lot of traffic, it looks like, on the roadways there, Vaughn. You just got to, I mean, is there anybody that's like, they're probably just trying to run to cover?
Well, I think a lot of them are either heading back from fireworks displays, wherever they were, that there is a ton of traffic out here. I mean, a lot more than I usually see when I'm chasing on this road. So, it's starting to get a lot of ponding on the highway here because getting a lot of heavy rain. But so far, so good. You're just going to take it a little bit slower. A lot of lightning, of course, with this leading edge of this. But, definitely a lot of traffic on the road.
Okay. All right. Looks like we got some new power outage numbers from Mr. AaronReeves. Aaron, what do you have for us? What's going on?
Yeah, those continue to hold fairly steady, although as this marches eastward, we continue to add counties. You see more eastern counties have been added. 300 customers there in Cherokee County.
Can you punch up weather 7, please, in control room. There you go. Thank you.
There we go. So, you see the counties that we've been talking about still have a similar number of outages, but they have added several counties to the east now based on that storm continuing to chug along eastward. But most of these counties, once the storm gets by, you'll have over 1,000 customers without power, especially Tulsa and Washington counties. But just kind of interesting, 24, 36 hours ago, the thought was these storms would kind of just starting to be moving into our far northwestern counties, and Tulsa around midnight or after, and now it's looking like this whole line clears our area by midnight.
This is just wild. Wild, okay, and these storms. And at this time of year, there's just so much heat energy available for these storms. And so they're just vicious storms that way because they have so much wind, so much heavy rain. There's a fireworks display going on down in Jinx, so they went ahead and tried to start it, and they've got it going even though it's raining. So they're going to be doing that. Also coming up here in just about 20 seconds, we're going to switch over to our fireworks display that I was mentioning before. Check that out, lightning and fireworks display. So again, that's what's happening down there. All right, let's go back to radar for a moment, and I wanted to point out something. We do have a storm track that Alan will be talking about in a second. We are going to go ahead here coming up right now, and we're going to start our Folds of Honor Freedom Fest display. So this is what was happening starting at 8:30 tonight. Notice it was dark, but not totally dark, and so that was the beginning of it. Folks had the opportunity to get to see this. This was really, it turned out pretty good until the storms came in. They literally just kind of got to the point where right at the end, strong gusty winds with that outflow boundary that's still going on down to our south and east ended up kind of coming in, and I'm going to watch too to see how it ends. Because I don't know if it ends pretty or not, because we were so busy doing severe weather and coverage, so we didn't get to do that. So again, in the lower right-hand corner of your TV screen is the Folds of Honor Freedom Fest that kicked off at 8:30 tonight. And so you'll get to see some of that going on there. Alan has as well some storm tracks there that you have on the screen. Alan, if you want to give us an update, those storms, still lots of heavy rain, gusty winds going on there.
Yeah, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning now that's going to take it into places like Stillwell, the Westville area, Watts, Lake Tenkiller. We've been talking to Lake Tenkiller for quite some time. Severe thunderstorm warning here. Storms are dropping southeast near 40 to 45 miles per hour with the potential still for 60 mile per hour winds. So Lake Tenkiller, you got to be off the lake right now into safe harbor. Stillwell at 9:53, Westville 9:55, Gentry would be at 10:01, and in the Lincoln area at 10:08. We're also getting reports that there's some boats in the northern sections of Lake Eufaula that for some reason we're still on the lake and they're taking on water. Here reports of boats taking on water on the Lake Eufaula areas there. So this is the reason why we've been talking for such a long time about these storms moving across the lake, that we want everybody to get that safe harbor and make sure that you're headed to the shore here, especially for areas now that are ahead of this line of thunderstorm activity. The light green line is the outflow boundary. That can have winds anywhere from 35 to even 60 mile per hour winds. When that little line moved across Tahlequah, it did produce a 61 mile per hour wind. And we're still getting winds at 50 to 60 miles per hour behind this as well, from Dustin to Henrietta to Shakota, back near the Lake Eufaula area, Muskogee and Tahlequah. There is still a potential for some 50 and 60 mile per hour winds, but especially that leading edge. So here's Indianola from Highway 113 to Crowder, across the northern areas of Lake Eufaula, southward to McAllister. That's going to be around Highway 31. So basically the northern half of the city, severe thunderstorm warnings. The southern sections, hopefully the storm will kind of weaken a little bit as it starts to move into that area. Adamson over to Wilburton to Red Oak. You can see that's the polygon. That's the official severe thunderstorm warning because of these storms that are going to be pushing in those areas with exceptionally heavy rainfall, frequent cloud to ground lightning, and the potential for winds that still could gust near 60 or maybe even 65 miles per hour. What's happening behind this right now in the metro, this is light to moderate rain still coming down in Tulsa. There's still frequent cloud to ground lightning strikes in the Osage County area. Those are storms that are trying to bubble back up. Those will not be severe, but as they move into northwestern Tulsa County in the next half hour or so, the threat is going to be with some heavy rainfall redeveloping and also a frequent cloud to ground lightning. We still have lots of folks in northern sections that are trying to recover a little bit from those 80 to 85 mile per hour winds that move through Osage County and Washington County and the Nowata and the Delaware vicinity, when numerous power outages are being reported here. And again, this is the area that had destructive severe thunderstorm warnings earlier in the evening with those winds that were over 80 miles per hour. We don't see that type of wind speed right now with these storms that are pushing through the eastern sections of the state, but still 60 mile per hour winds are likely with some of these storms, especially across the areas approaching the Stillwell vicinity, Lake Tenkiller, the Robert S. Kerr Reservoir area, Shakota on 40, exceptionally heavy rain, and then back down into the city of Eufaula, Longtown number 9, Indianola, Crowder Point, east and west, Carlton Landing, Canadian Fork, back to Russellville, Blocker, and Bug Tussle. So all the northern areas, even Lake McAllister, even the smaller lakes just north of the McAllister area. Anybody on a body of water needs to be very aware that these storms are moving in your direction. And this is a heads up for our friends in the southern Pittsburgh County area, also in northern Pushmataha County area, around Sardis Lake, and then over to the Heavener and Worcester vicinity. These storms are going to continue on in those areas. The question is whether or not they'll continue to be severe. Right now, the short answer would be yes, but some of those storms will have the potential to cause some wind damage. Across the far eastern areas, again, West Siloam Springs 9:54, Westville at 9:55, about 5 minutes from now. The strong winds are moving across Westville now, but even stronger winds and the heavy rain will move back behind that outflow that's going to push through. Lincoln at 10:08, and then Highville will be at 10:09, and then that will continue on as it basically starts to finally move across the state line region. Sequoia County now included in a severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to go until 10:30. So from Salisal to Muldrow to Gore, the Vian area, and then over to Fort Smith and Van Buren. That's going to be coming up next. Here's Keota and Stigler, the Robert S. Kerr Reservoir area, and then from Porham back to Stigler and Quentin. So severe thunderstorm warnings are still along this entire area here from Jay to Wetumpka to Holdenville to Calvin. And it's dropping southeast now. I would say most of the speed movement of the storm is between 35 and 45 miles per hour. I think it's slowed down just a little bit in the northern and eastern sections between Jay and Siloam Springs, moving east at about 30 miles per hour. Another issue that we need to talk about is the potential here for flooding issues. Low water crossings, especially northern Tulsa County, Washington County, and portions of the Osage County area are no longer crossable, basically because of the heavier rains that we've had earlier in the evening. A lot of the ponding on the roadways is still underway now, but as John Durkee reported just about 10 to 15 minutes ago, the water has improved dramatically here, or greatly. in the Tulsa metro. So it's a lot easier right now to travel in and around the Tulsa metro. But again, more storms are going to start to show up around Cleveland and Hominy, and those will move back into Tulsa soon. So again, if you're just now joining us here at 9:52, we're still tracking severe storms that still can cause some wind issues and damage. Lake Eufaula, Shakota, I-40, Stigler, McAllister, Scipio, Wetumpka, Tahlequah South, Stillwell, Salisaw, all of that area. The storms are moving in their direction. The potential, Travis, for some 60-mile-per-hour winds cannot be ruled out.
Oh my goodness, yeah, and that's, you know, it's terrible to hear the report on the lakes, and you know there's going to be some people that are going to be caught on lakes, because we just had two. This is just a perfect storm for just bad things to happen. That's the sad thing. So we're going to be hoping and praying that nothing bad happened on any area lakes. And with that report, with some boats taking on water on Lake Eufaula, as Al was reporting, that's again just praying that that doesn't turn out to be anything too significant. But we do think that because the winds were at least 50 to 60 miles an hour along that area, and then also Lake Tenkiller, and then Grand Lake was most of the reports we're seeing right now is about 30 to 40 miles an hour. But there could be some stronger wind gusts, especially on the south side toward Disney. So that's still a possibility. So you can see here the Grove area. We have thunder and lightning going on southwest Missouri with a severe thunderstorm there. The gust front has now moved in northwestern Arkansas, and that's all the way through Siloam Springs at this point to Westville. So some winds of 30 to 50 miles an hour, some gusts to 60. Still, it's very well pointed out as far as the structure of it. You can still make out what's going on with this leading edge, so that's still very impactful, and it's getting pushed rapidly south and east. And then behind that will be your heavy rain and thunder and lightning. But additional severe thunderstorms are going to be possible for our southeast counties here in Oklahoma, and then also obviously into western Arkansas. So if you do have family and friends, we have some of our family in northwest Arkansas right now. So we're hoping that they're going to be paying attention, because that is a chance that that could be messing around with anybody who's trying to travel, trying to do anything. Heavy rains right now with gusty winds just to the west of Stigler, winds coming in on Stigler and Kinta, and then now through McAllister. So we're getting the stronger winds moving through this area. I was mentioning that a little bit, but if you are into areas just in northern Pittsburgh County, and then also around the Lake Eufaula area, you're still going to have gusty winds going on for a while, and we have excessive amounts of lightning still happening across the area. So those are the things that are the most important to note with the heaviest of the rain and thunderstorm activity. And then here in the Tulsa area, we still have an occasional crack of thunder that you're going to hear, because we have what we call the anvil crawlers that come out over the city, and you'll see those just kind of going across, and they're up high, but a lot of times they are connected with what we call cloud to ground. They create a positive strike, and so we're still seeing some of that going on just to the north and to the west. I'm going to go back. John is still running around in the Tulsa area. I want to get another quick update from John. John, if you would, another update. Alan mentioned a little bit ago that we were talking to you. Most of the roads look good. Have you had any other problems? Do you think things are okay enough for folks to get back to from point A to point B, back to point A?
I think so. I'm at 15th and Utica right now, and the roadway through here is in great shape, other than the construction work that we have to dodge around. But other than that, no major problems out here tonight. The water has receded, and things are really looking up for those that are traveling tonight. Travis, back to you.
All right. Hey, thanks. I really appreciate the reports coming in. John's trooper. He's got our metro area covered like a blanket. And we're talking about tonight, again, a lot of conditions that are favorable for, again, you can see still some fireworks going on. We have our fireworks in the lower right-hand corner as well. As we said before, that is from our Folds of Honor Freedom Fest. They decided to go ahead and kick it off at 8:30, and you can just see it, and that storm was coming in. I mean, that was just crazy watching that. And as I said, some friends were like, it was weird. Flashes of lightning and then man-made fireworks going on. And we were not joking about it. We were talking about, oh, there is a chance that could be a problem. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to be wrapping up our coverage on our CW. And then if you want continuing coverage, please turn over to Channel 6. We are going to take a small break here coming up in about 15, 20 seconds, and we're going to get all set up for our 10 o'clock newscast. We're going to have the latest of what to expect, what's going on, get more information on power outages, what you can expect as we go forward. So again, thank you for watching as far as what's been going on with our storm coverage. We're going to have a lot more information coming up on Channel 6 here just in a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Live from downtown Tulsa, Oklahoma's own News on 6 starts now.
Well, the biggest fireworks shows in Oklahoma happening here in Tulsa. See how the Folds of Honor Freedom Fest looked a little different than previous years coming up. But first, the booms in the skies are unfortunately not just from all these fireworks as storms have been moving through parts of green country. Thanks for joining us on this Independence Day. I'm Cal Day. Thousands are without power right now, and Washington County Emergency Management says there's significant damage from Bartlesville up north to Copan, where power lines, trees, and other debris are all being reported in roadways. Let's get over to Chief Meteorologist TravisMeyer in the Bob Mills Weather Center. Travis, what's the latest?
I'd like to be Bob Mills because he has great ties. But we are talking about, again, severe weather still going on. So we're going to be continuing our coverage as far as what to expect for you guys that are further south. But this is rapidly pushing southeast. We mentioned this while our severe weather coverage was going on during the evening hours. But for the most part, severe weather is now crossing I-40 and far southeastern Oklahoma. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings at this time coming in on McAllister with strong gusty winds. Could be exceeding 50 to 60 miles per hour. And then we have excessively heavy downpours of rain, or excessive heavy amounts of rainfall falling. So there could be aerial flooding going on in some of these areas, but anywhere from Indianola, Crowder, extending through much of Lake Eufaula. We've had many reports coming in. Again, water being taken on maybe a couple of boats. We're hearing Porham getting heavy rain. So the magenta colors are usually the heavier downpours of rain, strong damaging winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour, power outages being reported in several locations over Lake Tenkiller. Vaughn, in fact, we'll stop there for a second. Hey, Vaughn, a quick update from Lake Tenkiller. Are you getting any reports out of there? What do you see? Has there been any tree debris? What do you have for us?
Lots of little tree in the road. I'm right here at Snake Creek, south of Cookson, on Highway 82 right here. A lot of traffic on the roads, Travis. A lot of traffic from all these fireworks show, I assume. But it's just everybody's taking it slow enough. Everybody's taking it good. Everything's fine right now, as long as we don't get any kind of big trees down or anything like that with these winds. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Greatly appreciate it. Once again, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect for where Vaughn is located across Lake Tenkiller, and that extends back to the north and to the east. Now these storms are moving off into Adair County with heavy rain, thunder, lightning, gusty winds now moving in on Stillwell. As we speak, already have had the wind flow coming through and the gust front already through Stillwell and is now moving into northwestern Arkansas. Heavy rain is right behind that. So because of that, we do have severe thunderstorms because there's still strong winds across this whole line. And that line of rain, showers, and thunderstorms also extends back to the north to around Grand Lake. So multiple areas picking up moderate to heavy downpours of rain. We have aerial flood advisories in effect for several areas, inclusive of Tulsa. We're going to talk to John for a second. John, I'd like to get an update from you. You continue to travel around the Tulsa area. We do have thunder, lightning still out around Lake Keystone, but not severe. But what do you have for us on roadways?
Well, right now I'm getting on to 244 at Utica, and there's a little bit of rain and a lot of fireworks, and I'm kind of impressed people can keep their punk lit in all of this rain that's been coming down tonight. But for the most part, the roads are in much better shape than 90 minutes ago. The water has receded. Not a lot of problems at all out on the roadways right now, other than just wet streets. Travis, back to you.
Hey, John, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Aaron will be with us in a minute on power outages, but first let's go to Mr. AlanCrone, who has the latest on these storm tracks and what's happening from the Tulsa area. The rain's still hanging here, but hopefully, Alan, we can get rid of the rain before too long.
Yeah, and it's going to move across the metro over the next half hour or so with additional storms developing back behind it in Osage County. Those will not be severe, but the cloud-to-ground lightning count will come up. Areas to the south, that's where we're going to go. We're going to track the storms basically from about Robert S. Kerr Reservoir to McAllister to near Scipio. Those are dropping southeast at 35 to 40 miles per hour. The potential here for, first of all, exceptionally heavy rain, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, but winds that still may be gusting over 60 miles per hour in some locations. So we're at 10:03 right now. Stigler, the gust front has already moved through. In other words, you've already had some pretty strong winds, but in terms of stronger wind potential and heavy rainfall, that's coming at 10:10, 7 minutes from now. McAllister at 10:11, Krebs, Hartshorn, Haleyville, 10:14 to 10:20, Adamson at 10:21. The Coyote area would be at 10:26. Again, that is severe thunderstorm activity that's across the southern areas. There's additional severe storms around Shawnee and Prague, and they're dropping to the south as well. Severe storms in Oklahoma City are moving more eastward. The storms near Siloam Springs will cross the state line soon. Tulsa's activity is not severe.
All right, thank you, Mr. Crone. And so again, that Oklahoma City activity hopefully will die off. It's kind of getting squashed right now because of that line coming in from the west and this outflow boundary coming through the south. So that should stop someplace around Hughes County, but we'll see if that ends up being the case. But these are pushing down. All right, Aaron joins us right now with the latest. Lot of power losses. What do you have, Aaron?
Yeah, a lot of wind and a lot of power outages. I mean, I can't. I'd spend the next 30 minutes going through all those counties, but multiple counties with over 1,000 customers without power. Tulsa County, 7,500 customers. Washington County, 12,000 customers. I mean, that is a lot of people with no lights on right now, Trav.
Oh my goodness, and 12,000 customers. That is, yeah, that's amazing. And around Claremore, was that 2,000 for Rogers County? Or was that 2,000 for Wagner County?
2,500 is for Rogers County.
There we go.
2,000 is for Wagner
County there. Okay. And you can see that it went up to 1,500 as well down around Pittsburgh County. So even though we think that those thunderstorms kind
From News on 6, this is a severe weather update.
All right, good evening. AaronReeves, AlanCrone, myself. Kind of glad that this is ending because this has been a miserable time for a lot of folks who ended up having to deal with a lot of rain. But the rain is moving out of Tulsa right now. Still a few lightning strikes down to the south and to the east, but most of the areas to the north and west are clearing out. Moderate rains to the east. Heaviest rains are going on at this point in LaFleur County. We've dropped the severe thunderstorm warning. We've dropped the severe thunderstorm watch. The only exception would be for the heavier rains in Pushmataw County, just in western Pushmataw County, and then Hughes County does have a severe thunderstorm watch and back to the south. These storms are diving south at this point from Sulphur to Stonewall, and that's where the severe thunderstorm watch will continue to be located. Heavy rains have continued across areas to the south, but our area of rain is really dying out. We still have a lot of folks without power at this time, and because of that, they're going to have to deal with quite a few things. Washington County, 10,000 customers, 2,000 Osage County. We're down to 5,500 in Tulsa County. Still, amazing amount of people, 32,000. Customers without power down around Norman, and still around 1,000 coming in Hughes County. So some things are improving, but there's still a lot of power outages. So we're going to continue to monitor what's going on. AlanCrone will continue to watch for anything changes. And then also, of course, AaronReeves will have the latest. So we're going to have everything that you need, and we'll have that on our YouTube channel as well, so you can check that out. As we say, keep it here. We'll keep you advised.